I come for you now at the turn of the tide.
Oh my God! What's wrong with your face?
Well, lots of way to be a professional streamer. Start with fucking VTube Studio still up. Hi everybody, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Oh, I underestimated how much time and effort it would take to prepare for this stream tonight, but we are ready to go. And hi everyone, welcome to the last Castlevania Monday stream. Oh, sound like I need some sugar. I have sugar. I have energy. I was just running around the house because I forgot I did not feed the dogs this evening, so I needed to like feed them before anything else. Oh, but hi everybody, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Let's see who's here. Let's see who's here. Melchior first, Pizza Made third, nobody second? Has nobody claimed second? Yeah, I guess nobody wants to be second. Well, Cowbell is now second. Okay, there we go. That was strange. Though Pizza Mate said she couldn't. She could have redeemed second, but nobody did. Nobody had redeemed it. Let's see. Who else do we have here? We have Cowbell and Finley Fish. Finley, thank you for the 125 stream streak. Thank you. We also have Unknown Traveler. What's up, Traveler? How are you? Pokeel the Storyteller. Hi, Pokey. Hello. And then, and Cowbell's here. So, hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. So, this is it. This is the end of our Castlevania Monday streams. For those that are unaware, I started streaming in May of 2021. And initially, all I wanted to just do was just stream Castlevania games for like the entertainment of like close friends, and that that quickly spiraled into its own thing. That quickly became very much something that I didn't think was going to happen. At first, it's just like, oh, I'll just beat the Castlevania games I have on these collections, and then I'll just beat all the Castlevania games I have. Oh, I'll beat every Castlevania, every notable port, every character. Like that quickly spiraled out of control. But here we are. We finished the last Castlevania game that I had to play last week. And what we're going to be doing tonight is we're going to be doing a tier ranking of every single Castlevania that I have streamed in the order that I streamed them. So it's not going to make a lot of sense if you look at the order, because we're starting with Super Castlevania 4, then we're doing like 1, 2, 3, Bloodlines, Haunted Castle. Like the order, there is no real order, other than kind of like whatever I was feeling like in the moment. But yeah, how is everyone today? How's everyone's Monday been? So, with this being the last Castlevania Monday, you might think, oh god, is Sarzac not going to stream on Mondays anymore? No, I'm going to continue to stream on Mondays. Mondays, starting next Monday, are going to become Retro Mondays. And what I'm going to start with next Monday are a couple of Sega CD games. I'm going to be streaming a SMUP called Robo Aleste, which I really love. And I really want to like play and go through it. And I've beaten that game a few times in the past, so I'm pretty sure I can beat it during the stream. So if I finish it next stream, I might play some arcade classics that I have on a Sega CD collection that has like Golden Axe and Shinobi and some other stuff. Yes, no, December is coming up. I'm excited about December. Hi Pig Knight, hi TLBG, hi Beast Hunter. Hello. How are you guys today? But yeah, December is coming up, and we're going to be getting some DOS gaming in on Mondays, and probably on Spooky Thursdays once we get through the Silent Hill 2 remake, and maybe even on RPG Fridays, depending on how much longer Darkest Dungeon has left, which we made progress with. I think I have 3 DLC bosses left, and that's it. Though one of them, I've heard the Countess is like the hardest boss in all of Darkest Dungeon. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we're gonna start with this stream in just a little bit. Before we get started, do I have anything I want to talk? Not really. I don't have anything like really to talk about other than like my stream schedule. So we have a lot of Castlevania games and stuff to go through. So why don't we bring up the stream schedule real quickly? We've been getting into old school fighting games like what? Hi, Amy. Let's see. Can we get shout outs for? Can we get shout out for Amy, please? Thank you, thank you. Hi, Amy. How are you? Okay, so this is the stream schedule for this week. We're doing our last Castlevania Monday, a tier ranking of all 61 Castlevania games that I have completed and beaten on stream tonight. Tomorrow, no stream. Wednesday for the Discord movie night, we're going to be watching Nothing But Trouble, an amazing movie that stars Chevy Chase, John Candy, Demi Moore, Dan Aykroyd, and guest stars Tupac Shakur. I love this movie, and I imagine everyone that shows up for the watch party is probably going to hate it. It is a movie most people find baffling and disgusting and awful, and it's one of my favorite things in the world. So if you have never seen Nothing But Trouble, you should come by the Discord watch party for it. I just dropped the link for the Discord if you'd like to join it. Feel free to do that if you'd like. Thursday, I'm going to continue my playthrough of the Silent Hill 2 remake. I was actually really excited. Pig Knight posted some pictures, some kitty pictures in Discord earlier. I know Pig Knight was enjoying the Silent Hill 2 remake, and I was enjoying it too. So hopefully we're going to have more fun with that, because I having never played original Silent Hill 2, I was really impressed with the remake. See, that is a lot of Capcom fighting games. And that's just a lot. Friday, we continue Darkest Dungeon at 7 p.m. And on Saturday, we'll be doing some Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Both of those streams are going to have some mushy pork at the beginning. And then on Sunday, we have our monthly Sunday Retro Marathon, which is going to be a 12-hour stream starting at noon. And I'm going to be playing more Mega Man classic games this Sunday. We're going to start off with Mega Man The Wily Wars, which is a 16-bit remake of the first 3 Mega Man games on the Sega Genesis, along with like some extra content called the Wily Tower. I've never beaten Wily Wars before, so I don't exactly know what Wily Tower is. But when we're done with that, we'll move on to the Game Boy games. And if there's time, maybe we'll get started on Powered Up, which is the PSP remake of the first Mega Man. And then maybe the Game Gear Mega Man. I don't know. We're almost out of classic Mega Man games, which is kind of cool, because I want to do at least 1 or 2 like classic Mega Man marathons a year. But I only kind of want to do like the core games. I feel like I'm knocking out a bunch of side games right now, which I don't really have to replay all that often, you know. Hey Abyss, hello, how are you? But yeah, so that's going to be the stream schedule for this week, everybody. I'm excited about it. A lot of streaming this week. And then next week we have some big changes with our first Retro Monday, replacing the Castlevania Mondays. So let me very quickly drop a link to my socials. Abyss, how are you doing today? If you want to follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, or Facebook, there's some links there. Blue Sky is pretty much my main social media outlet today. With a lot of VTubers and streamers in general, just kind of moving on from Twitter to Blue Sky, with some changes made to Twitter recently, but I'm still going to maintain a presence on Twitter. It's just Blue Sky is going to kind of be the main one. Oh, I should mention real quickly, I have a couple of chat redeems disabled for tonight. I'm planning to post this stream to YouTube. And I've disabled the most disruptive ones just for tonight. They'll be back on Thursday. They've not been deleted permanently or anything. I've just disabled them to kind of keep the stream somewhat on rails. I know no cookies tonight. No cookies tonight. But you can slime me. You can throw stuff at me. None of the like literary readings or any of those are a bit disruptive. So those have been temporarily disabled for tonight, but they'll be back. They'll all be back on Thursday. I'm not getting rid of any of those permanently. If I was, I would tell you guys with like plenty of heads up on that. Finley, how was your stream today? When I logged on, it looked like you were in Louisiana. It's just like, oh, did Finley sneak over to my neck of the woods? What is going on here? What is going on here? Well, you guys have actually failed to make me fat the last couple streams. Y'all have gotten me close, but a couple people, well, there's a few times where I got like to the 4th cookie and I never got past the 4th cookie. Street Fighter 2 arcade mode is a hard game. It is a very hard game. DLBG, do me a favor, if you haven't tried it, try Street Fighter 1. Don't play it a lot unless you really like it, but try Street Fighter 1 just so you can appreciate Street Fighter 2 a little bit more. Street Fighter 1 is a mess of a game, and the thing is, graphically it doesn't look too bad for its age, but oh my god, trying to play that game is oof. Oh, so how is everyone? So has everyone had a good Monday today? Anything exciting? Anything fun going on? Oh, I hear a Monkey Deshawn. Hi, Monkey Deshawn. Well, why don't we go ahead and get started with... And I'm going to have a bunch of random Castlevania music playing during the stream. Let me know if it is too loud or too low. I have over 200 Castlevania songs I downloaded last night that range anywhere from like Game Boy music to PlayStation 2 era music. So just let me know if any of this is too loud, too low, or whatever. But why don't we go ahead and get started? We do have a lot of things to kind of go through. Alright, so let's see. Alright, is the music blaring? Music is playing. So we're actually going to be doing 2 tier ranks. We're going to be doing two things here. I could have asked you for that, Amy. I really could have, but I didn't want to bother you. I didn't know if you were relaxing or doing stuff last night, and I knew a site where I could basically get all of them. So I don't like bothering people if I know I can get the stuff myself, but I really appreciate that. And I did actually download the arcade music that you had sent me a while back. So that is in here. Hi Skull, hello, how are you? So here we are, all 61 games that I've streamed over a 3.5-year period that range from classics like Castlevania 4, the original, to really obscure shit like the mobile Java ports of the mid-2000s, the Gamecom prototype of Symphony of the Night, the alpha demo disc of Castlevania Resurrections for the Dreamcast, all sorts of stuff here. There are mainstream games and there are really obscure things. There are also even collab games, and I really was debating on what to do with the collab games because so many of them are different from like Castlevania, right? So I just decided to make like a separate category for the collab games, and I'll just kind of give my thoughts on the collab games. They're not going to actually be part of the ranking process itself. They're just going to be in their own little category, collabs, and we're just going to kind of go with that. The canned game, Resurrection is on here, as is the Gamecom port of Symphony of the Night. They're on here while they weren't officially released. I mean, they exist and they're playable, so you know, and they were meant to be Castlevania games. So yeah, I do have those here. It took 3.5 years to go through all of this Abyss. I not only beat all the games, but every character in every like notable port. So for example, I don't think, well, you can see my mouse cursor like right here. Here's the PlayStation 4 version of Symphony of the Night. But then also we have the PlayStation 1 version of Symphony of the Night. We have the Sega Saturn version of Symphony. We have the Gamecom version of Symphony. Here you see a bunch of Castlevanias. This is the DOS port of Castlevania 1, the Commodore 64 port of Castlevania, and then the Amiga port of Castlevania. But you're not going to see something like the Wii Shop port of Castlevania because it's basically a direct emulation of the NES one. So it has to be a notable port. And what I mean by notable port, there has to be some kind of like extra content, or the game looks different, maybe plays differently. There has to be something notable about it, which I know is a bit ambiguous, and you know, some people might take umbrage with some of the things I've done. Like, for example, here's Castlevania Mirror of Fate, the second part of the Lord of Shadows trilogy. I only played the PlayStation 3 version of that. I did not include the 3DS version, which was the first version released. But if you go back and if you read about the production of Mirror of Fate was originally developed for the PS3 and the 360, but they made a deal with Nintendo to release it on the 3DS first. So the 3DS version that was released was basically just kind of a bad quality version compared to what was technically the original version, even though the original version was released later. So I don't have like the 3DS version of Mirror of Fate, because honestly, other than it just being like worse, there's nothing really notable about it. Hi Dragonoid. But yeah, so we're gonna go through this, and I'm gonna kind of just explain my thoughts and how, you know, how I'm ranking them, how I'm putting them in the place where they should be. I think the tier ranking system I have here is pretty self-explanatory. S is a fucking game that I think is perfect. A, really, really good. B, good. C, eh. D, oh. And F, stay the fuck away from it. Okay. When we do that, we're going to do a second tier ranking over here. This one's much simpler, and we're going to be ranking all the Belmonts. All the Belmonts, all the characters that are directly related to the Belmonts, whether they're part of the main canon, maybe they're part of a non-canon like Sonia and Desmond, or the Lord of Shadow characters, and then Captain N, Simon Belmont. Yes, he's right there. You can probably guess where he's going. But we'll do this Belmont ranking at the end. Some of the Belmonts have like different variations. Like Simon has so many different variations. You know, there's Redhead Simon, there's Germanic Barbarian Simon, there's, you know, the awful versions from Judgment. I'm just kind of going with like the main version of most of the characters, though I did include Captain N Simon Belmont because he's unique, and I did include the 4 Belmonts that come from the Lord of Shadow series, Gabriel, Trevor, Simon, and Victor. Which, fun fact, Victor Belmont was originally supposed to be a character in the Dreamcast game Castlevania Resurrection, but that game got canceled, and I don't think they ever got around to doing anything with him in terms of like gameplay stuff. But I think Resurrection, you were going to get to play as both Sonia and Victor, but later the Lords of Shadow people decided to bring Victor into canon, into their canon anyway, as a minor character in the second Lords of Shadow. Where are the villager? Yeah, they don't count. They don't count. We're not including the NPCs from Ecclesia. But okay. Captain N better be ST, or then you better get your pitchforks and guillotine then Beast, because there's no way that I don't rank that guy as an F. I hated Captain N Simon Belmont when I was a child, and as a middle-aged adult, I still hate him. My stuff with Lords of Shadow is going to be all over the place. I'm not putting Gabriel as an S, but he's probably going to be an A, even though I hate the first Lords of Shadow game. I cannot stand it from a gameplay perspective, but I love it from like a production value, narrative standpoint, and I think Gabriel's story over the course of those 3 games is really, really incredible. Like, I have some really hot takes on Lords of Shadow that we're going to get into that not everyone will probably agree with, but from a story perspective, I think Lords of Shadow is really, really well done. From a gameplay perspective, I like Mirror of Fate in 2, but I do not like the first game. I'm doing good, Ryu. How are you? What even is Captain N? Captain N was a terrible Saturday morning cartoon show from the 90s that was basically a whole bunch of like Nintendo characters fighting against Metroid's Mother Brain. It was a really, really bad show, but as a little kid back then, it was kind of the coolest thing ever because it was like, oh my god, look, it's Mega Man and Simon Belmont and Kid Icarus, and they're helping like Link and Zelda. I don't know. Like Captain N's one of those shows where it's just like, man, I loved this as a kid, but as an adult, it's kind of cringe. But hey Zeta, hello everyone that's coming in. I'm sorry if I'm missing anybody. Hey Sword Saint, what's going on? Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well today. Hope everyone's had a good weekend and everything. So let's get started. So if you go into my Twitch archives and if you go back to my original stream, you're going to see me streaming Super Castlevania 4 directly from my PlayStation 4. No VTuber, no mic. It's just gameplay, and it's not even good gameplay because I hadn't played Super Castlevania 4 in like several years. I've since done the game deathless several times, and this is the thing about Super Castlevania 4. It's an incredible experience. Hey Professor Hammerad, what's going on? And hey Phoenix, hi Bahamut, hello everybody, welcome into the last Castlevania Monday. Super Castlevania 4 is an incredible game. Graphically, it's very early SNES, and it's, I think, one of the best looking games of the first year of the SNES. Musically, I still find the soundtrack to be incredible. Gameplay is very good. You have some very good boss fights in the game. The final boss rush with Slogger, Gaban, Death, and Dracula is very memorable. I really love Super Castlevania 4, and
thank you.
I think it is honestly. Hey, Velociraptor Che, thank you for the 26-month resub. Thank you. What's going on, my friend? How are you? I really think that this is one of the best Castlevania games ever made, but it's not perfect. There are some very cheap moments in the game, like the Vegas Bridge. Slogra can sometimes get out of control very easily, and there are some very tricky jumps that you make later, particularly like in the clock tower, that kind of... If you're just trying to beat Super Castlevania 4, I think it's an easy game to kind of just go through and beat. It's easy for a Castlevania, I should say. If you're trying to do any kind of challenge run, Super Castlevania 4, I think, is one of the hardest Classicvanias to do any kind of challenge run for, unless you've been playing it like literally for years and years and years. I really love this game, and I think it's a really, really phenomenal way. If you've never played any of the Classicvanias, I think it's definitely one of the first games you should start with. It has really forgiving checkpoints. It has unlimited continues. Most of the bosses, if you can't figure out their mechanics, most of the bosses you can probably just spam sub-weapons on, like the cross. The cross is the best sub-weapon in this game. Get triple cross, like you will you will murder most bosses like within seconds. It's really, really good. I don't know if I want to give this an S or an A rank. It's a very frustrating game to do challenge runs, and I just completed Dot Level's Castlevania challenge, and it was easily the hardest game for me to get deathless this year. But just because it is a game pretty hard and unforgiving and has a couple... I mean, none of these games are perfect. I'm going to give this an S ranking. I think this game deserves an S ranking. I think this game deserves an S ranking. Is it in my top 5 favorite Castlevanias? No, but I think it deserves an S ranking. Hey, Art, what's going on? How are you? All right, so that's Super Castlevania 4. Let's talk original. Okay, if you ever see me playing original Castlevania on stream, I'm doing so on my original childhood cartridge. This was the second ever NES game I owned as a kid. The game we owned before it was the Super Mario Duck Hunt game that came with pretty much every NES back in the day. And I remember the moment when I got this game. Like, my dad took me to the local Walmart. This is whenever video games were kept behind the counter at Walmart. I haven't been to a Walmart in like 20 fucking years. I don't know how Walmart does video games anymore. But I remember I was looking at the games. They didn't have a lot, and I didn't recognize any of the games. I didn't see a Metroid or Ice Climbers or Mario. I didn't recognize any of the games, because the only place I had really played Nintendo games at before was a friend's house. And we're talking like I'm like in kindergarten or first grade. So I ended up going with Castlevania, just because I liked the box art. I thought the box art looked cool. And I didn't know then that like this game and this game franchise that it would spawn would have like such a huge impact on my life. Like, this is one of my favorite games from childhood, even though I never beat it as a kid. It wasn't until I was like in my teens when I was able to beat this game. This is where the series starts, right? This is a really important, great game. It is, I think some of the bosses in this game are maybe a little too hard. That's the thing. I love Castlevania because it's hard, but you know, you've got the first three bosses in the game, the Phantom Bat, Medusa, and the Mummy. They're reasonable bosses. I have no comment on them. They're pretty reasonable. Frankenstein and Igor can be challenging if you don't have the triple holy water, but like challenging in like a good, fair way. And Dracula, I think the Dracula fight is probably one of the hardest Dracula fights in the series, but it's not an unreasonable fight. Like you have to learn it. But, you know, the game is really fair. If you die on Dracula, even if you get a game over, it lets you continue, like, right there. But holy shit, death is ridiculous in this game. And I could never get past death as a kid. And it wasn't until, like, I learned, like, the holy water. Hey, Lantis. Hi, how are you? It wasn't until, like, I learned about triple holy water that I was able to, like, beat death. Which I have since beaten death without triple holy water, but I don't enjoy that fight. So if I don't have triple holy water, generally if I'm trying to go there without doing a challenge run, I'll just reset it. It's pretty short. I think this game, it's got, of course, phenomenal music, phenomenal graphics for the time. It spawned this wonderful series that I love. I think I'm gonna give this an A ranking. I don't think it's quite S tier. But I do think that it deserves an A ranking, at the very least. Reminds me of the Mega Man franchise and getting Mega Man 2 oh yes, I remember getting Mega Man 2 as a Christmas present from my grandmother. She gave me so many great games. You think the first time you beat death in that game was with the triple boomerang? Yeah. That's a really good way to beat him too, you know. But yeah, Lantis, how are you doing today? And Melchior, thank you for shouting out the friends. And again, if I miss your comment, please don't take it personally. There's a lot of people in chat now, and you know, I'm doing this tier ranking thing. All right, let's get to one that's a bit more controversial. Castlevania 2: Simon's Quest. I love this game. And I'm still a little sore that this game has kind of a negative reputation, which I'm going to kind of put on I'm going to kind of blame James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, for, in a way. James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, is a comedian, and his job is to make his viewers laugh first and foremost. But I think when the AVGN was new and was coming out, I think there was a tendency amongst gamers and the internet community to kind of take whatever he said as like gaming fact or gaming criticism. This game, I know some people really dislike. Some people really love this game. I really love this game. It does have its problems. The English version, of course, has a very botched translation that is very poor. And practically makes it a Nintendo Power game, meaning that you need to have a bloody Nintendo Power on hand to know what to do, because the translation is so bad that like everything the townspeople tell you is practically mistranslated. But you know, like growing up, I remember talking about this game with friends, and some of them really liked it, some of them really didn't. But I don't remember anyone ever complaining about like the transition from like day to night and night and day. Like that became like something so many people complained about, and I don't ever remember anyone complaining about that like before the AVGN's episode where he does that. You beat Simon's Quest when you were 4 with no guides? Oh my god, wow. That's really cool. 2 needs better translation. Well, you know, that's the wonderful thing, is that there's a fan hack out there called Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest Redaction, which reduces the load times and gives it a better translation. And I think it's a really great way to play the game. But I've excluded any kind of fan hacks from this list because then it would just be too long. This game has great music, great graphics, and you know, technically it's not the first Metroidvania. Technically that's Vampire Killer on the MSX2. And I think that this game was much more inspired by Vampire Killer than it was the original Castlevania. I really like this game a lot. I love the fact that it's a Metroidvania that barely takes place in the fucking castle. Like, that's a problem I have with a lot of the later Metroidvanias, is that so many of them are just kept in the castle and there's like nowhere else to go, right? Like you're in the castle. I love that you go from villages, mansions, you go all over the place, you go all over the countryside, and that's such a cool thing. And I wish another Castlevania would do something like that. Ecclesia kind of does that, but Ecclesia, you know, limits itself to the one village, which is a little bit of a disappointment. It would be neat if there were a couple smaller villages in Ecclesia and not just the one big one, but I get that the one big one is kind of like central to the plot of Ecclesia, so I'm not going to hold that against Ecclesia. Let me get caught up on chat real quickly. Thought the townspeople lying to you was an intentional part of the lore. Long before AVGN, my brother and I did complain. Oh, okay. But it became a hilarious joke, so it's now pretty loved. Okay, interesting. See, I never came across anyone who complained about that bell, both in person and on the internet. So that's interesting that is the case. Okay, cool. I don't think they were mentioned, all those mentions of names, but no way to know what they're referencing. Yeah. Okay, it's not going to be surprising where I rank this. This is an A tier game for me. Okay. The next one's going to be very, very easy. Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse, North American version. This is my favorite Castlevania game. It's my favorite NES game. I love this game. I love the fact that you get to play as different characters, and they're all very different. Sypha, Grant, Alucard. I love the fact that there are branching paths, that you can't see everything on one playthrough. I love the final fight with Dracula. It's so cool. And I love the fact that this game is so fucking mean. This is a hard game. And just completing this, even if you have to continue or whatever, just completing this is a fucking accomplishment. Hey, Rocker. Hello. How are you? This is my favorite Castlevania game. It is my favorite NES game. I like this version more than the Japanese version, which I'll get to because I did play that one and beat it with all the characters. But Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse is an easy S tier game for me. That I don't even have to really think about that one. Oh boy, Bloodlines is next. Okay. All right, Bloodlines. Um, Castlevania Bloodlines. So, I had Bloodlines as a kid. Um, have I ever said before that I was a bit of a brat as a kid? I was a bit of a brat. I kind of got most video games that I wanted as a kid. My parents had me like doing like lawn stuff, like cutting like the grass of like neighbors and stuff. So I'd have my own spending money, and my parents were fine to let me spend it on video games. My grandparents and aunts and uncles would spoil us with video games for birthdays and Christmases. I got a lot of stuff, and one of the most awesome things about my childhood was when my parents got a divorce, which at first was not a good thing. But my mom realized, because I went to go live with my dad, and my sister went to go live with my mom, you know, because, you know, well, the boy should live with the man and the girl should live with the woman. Um, my mom realized that if she wanted me to get, if she wanted to encourage me to go over to her house more. So she went out and she bought, we need, okay, Leon Belmont outfit. You got it, Amy. Oh no. Come on. What was that? In my Leon Belmont outfit now. My mom went out and bought a Sega Genesis with a Sega CD and a 32X, all in a single fucking purchase. Okay. Granted, the Sega CD and the 32X, they were on clearance at this point, and she bought a bunch of games, and she knew I liked Castlevania, so she also was able to grab me a copy of Castlevania Bloodlines. So I now had like a Genesis with a Sega CD and all this stuff to like motivate me to go over to my mom's more, which it worked. It worked. I know I'm pretty terrible, pretty superficial, but I remember having Bloodlines as a kid. Um, this it was all on clearance back then. Sword Saint, I think she paid like maybe $50 for the 32X. Like the 32X like got super cheap here for a while. Now it's back up to like super stupid collecting prices, but back then you could like get a 32X adapter for like as low as $50 after it had been out for like a year or so. This is around like 95, 96. Those consoles had been out for a little while, so it wasn't like whenever they had just come out. But my mom ended up getting me a copy of Bloodlines, and I didn't like Bloodlines much as a kid. I did not like it much as a kid because I wasn't good at it. Bloodlines is kind of a hard game. And it doesn't hold your hand, and it's one of the few Castlevanias that has like finite continues. So if you aren't good enough, you're not beating the game. And I remember the best I did as a little kid is that I was able to get to death. And it wasn't until like several years later that I was actually able to beat Bloodlines. And I think over time I've come to appreciate and love this game a lot. Bloodlines is, in a lot of ways, Bloodlines is like the anti-Castlevania. It takes certain tropes, it takes certain things, and it says, we're going to do it a different way. We're going to do this differently, okay? It's very much a game that if you like boss battles, it's got some of the most unique boss battles in any classic Manias. It's a really good game. The soundtrack is incredible. I can't remember her name, but the lady who did Symphony of the Night and so many Castlevania games thereafter, like Lament of Innocence, she did the soundtrack for this one. This was her first Castlevania she worked on. I love the fact that there were two separate characters you could play as, and they both have slightly different routes, right? There's parts of levels 3 and 5 that you know, John can only go through, and the same with Eric. Rocker, thank you for the 185 stream streak. Thank you. I'm actually still learning Bloodlines. I've beaten this game on normal mode with both characters deathless before. I want to learn this deathless on expert mode. So I think Bloodlines. What are some problems with Bloodlines? The final boss gauntlet. I think the final boss gauntlet is kind of a problem with Bloodlines. I love boss battles a lot, but Bloodlines has a boss gauntlet that I feel goes on way too long. You have to fight 3 of the previous bosses again, though granted they're weaker versions. Then you have to fight Death. Then you have to fight Elizabeth Barthory, who has 2 different forms. She's Medusa, and then you have to fight like her normal form, which goes on forever. And then Dracula has 3 forms. It's a lot. It's a lot. And there's at times when I think Bloodlines is trying to show off graphically, like look what we can do, look what we can do here with the inverted floor or the upside down room, or the rotating staircase. Like, look at this stuff, and it looks cool, but it doesn't really result in good gameplay, or it's maybe not good gameplay, but sometimes results in a little bit of frustration. Which, by the way, Super Castlevania 4 is also guilty of that. There's a lot of areas in Super Castlevania 4 where you feel like they're trying to show off Mode 7, and there's this one hallway where you're like in a spinning room, and the lag in the room is so bad. You've got skeletons bursting out of the walls, the floor is collapsing behind you. Honestly, if I give Super Castlevania 4 an S ranking, I think I have to give Bloodlines an S ranking. So that's what we're going to do with Bloodlines. Bloodlines gets an S ranking. Not in my top 5 Castlevanias, but I think it's definitely one of the better Classicvanias out there. And I think to this day, I think it kind of is in the shadows of both Castlevania 4 and Rondo of Blood. And yeah, I think it's one of the best games in the series. Yeah, I have a lot more respect for it, and I definitely want to. Look, I'm a Castlevania fanboy, so there's probably going to be a lot of S ranking, but we're finally at a couple of games. Haunted Castle, The Adventure, Belmont's Revenge, Kid Dracula. We're finally at a bunch of games that are not going to get very high ranking. Well, Belmont's Revenge will kind of get high. Haunted Castle, okay. This game has a reputation of being really difficult, and that's because there's different versions of Haunted Castle out there. Supposedly the way the story goes is that whenever the North American games were made and shipped over to the US and Canada, supposedly the difficulty on the PCB was turned up to the highest, and that kind of gave it a reputation of being like really, really difficult, which that version is incredibly difficult. I like Haunted Castle. I think it's fine. It's a challenge if you want to play the more difficult versions. The graphics are fun, a little dorky. There's some definite level design issues. Dracula's collapsing bridge goes on way too long. Why is Simon Belmont running around throwing bombs at people with the bomb subweapon? But it's got a sort of cheesiness that I like. I like the intro cutscene where Dracula just up and shows up at your wedding and steals your woman like in daylight. Like, Dracula doesn't give a shit that it's daylight. He's stealing Simon's wife. I like Haunted Castle. It is not for everybody, and it is definitely pretty jank. I'm going to give Haunted Castle a C ranking. I'm going to give it a C ranking. Castlevania The Adventure. I hate this game. I think the first 2 levels of this game are pretty well designed, and I think the last 2 levels of this game were designed with sheer hatred of the player in mind. I had this game as a kid. I took my Game Boy everywhere, and I could never beat this as an adult, and I would always get very frustrated with it. I don't think this is a good game. It has a good soundtrack. Again, I like the first 2 levels, and I understand the limitation of the Game Boy, and that this was an early Game Boy game, and that they were trying to like learn the technology. I don't like this game though. I don't enjoy this game. I have done this game deathless a few times. I did it deathless for the 2 times I participated in Dot's thing. I've also deathless the colorized version of it. I've beaten it several times since then. Is there anyone that does? No, there are defenders of this game, Ark. There are people that like this game, and look, I get it if someone likes it. That's fine. You know, this is my ranking. But for me, this is a D rank game. This is a D rank game. You're like, well, if that's a D rank game, what's going to go on the F rank? Oh, you'll see. Belmont's Revenge. I like Belmont's Revenge. This was one of the few Castlevania games I did not play like back in the day. I only played Belmont's Revenge for the first time just a few years ago. And I think it was on the Anniversary Collection. All of the complaints I have about Adventure were completely fixed in Belmont's Revenge. The music is good. I like the stage select thing at the beginning, kind of like a Mega Man game. My big issues with Belmont's Revenge are the last two bosses, especially Dracula. Not really Suelle Belmont. It's his fight. You just have to learn it. My problem with the Dracula fight at the end of this game is that you literally have to have every teleport memorized. Otherwise, you're not going to beat it. It's a dance, and if you don't dance perfectly, you're kind of you know, you're gonna get screwed over. I've done this one deathless before a few times. I really like Belmont's Revenge. I think it would have been really neat to get a remake of Belmont's Revenge in the style of, say, Adventure Rebirth, but we never got that. I think Belmont's Revenge is a solid B title. It is still a Game Boy game. It still has limitations, but I think other than like the final boss, I think it's a pretty good game. I like it, and it's a generous game. You have good checkpoints. Every level has a couple places where you can get meat. Fair amount of continues. Yeah, I think Belmont's Revenge is a solid B. Yeah, the whip downgrade problem in Adventure is terrible. Hey, Smash Bro, what's going on? How are you? All right, this is probably this is when my view counts are going to drop, because I know everybody is here for Kid Dracula and my legendary dislike of this game. I had never played Kid Dracula before the Anniversary Collection came out, and I've beaten it twice. The first time I beat it on stream was one of the most frustrating gaming experiences I had. The second time wasn't so bad. I don't like this game. I feel like it's Capcom's attempt to try to take Castlevania in the direction of a Mega Man action platformer. I don't like the cutesiness of it. Not to say I don't like cute stuff, but it feels too forced to me. The gameplay is just not good. Jumping, I don't like the powers he has. They don't feel all that helpful. Some of the stages, like when you're on the roller coaster, that feels a little off. And the last stage is very punishing, because I think you have to go through like 2 mini bosses, plus the final boss who has two different forms. And I don't think there's any checkpoints in the final level. So if you die on the final boss, you have to do all the mini bosses and everything all over again, even if you're still on the same continue. I do not like Kid Dracula. I do not like this game. There are several people that really like this. This is going to shock some of you. It is a D rank game. It is not an F rank game. The music is fun, and some of the bosses are I don't know, interesting. The second time I played through this, it was not as bad as the first time I played through it, but I still do not like this game. It is a Castlevania game, Melchior, because it's a parody of it. You could say it's a sub-series in a lot of ways, like Lords of Shadow is a sub-series, I guess. And Pokehill, thank you for the 150 stream streak. Thank you. You think it's goated? Hey, you can say it's goated. You can play it if you want, but no, I'm not giving Kid Dracula an F rank. I'm not doing that. Okay. Here's another gamer take. Castlevania Rondo of Blood. Give it an A rank. There are some people that think that this is the greatest Castlevania ever made. I don't think it is. It is really, really good. And it's definitely one of the more easier Classicvanias. But I don't know. I like this game a lot, but I don't love it. I find some of the bosses to be way too easy. The final fight with Dracula is so jokingly easy. It's neat because it gives you there's a whole bunch of different paths you can take. This is not a top 5 Castlevania for me, but you know what? It is an S. It is an S tier. I'm going to change that. I'm not in love with it. Out of all the S tier ranked games I have here, if S minus was a ranking, it would be an S minus, and I think these would still be S's here. It's got a good soundtrack. I think one reason I don't care for it is I don't really like Richter. I don't really like Richter. He looks like an anime character that was inserted into Castlevania. But Sarzac, Leon Belmont looks like an anime character too. Yeah, I know that. I'm biased, okay? I'm biased. See, this is the thing. Like, I'm not in love with this game, but I'm trying to think of like criticism for it. And I really don't have any. Yeah, it deserves to be an S rank. It deserves to be an S rank. It deserves to be an S rank. I think. I really can't think of any kind of major issues I have with this. Other than the final boss is too easy. You've got Maria mode, which is really neat. Maria has completely different play style. I like the subquest of being able to rescue the maidens. That's really fun. I think Rondo deserves an S rank. No bashing Leon. Hey, look, I love Leon in his one game. Okay. All right. PlayStation 4 version of Symphony of the Night. Even though it's not my favorite Castlevania game, I think Symphony of the Night is, quite frankly, the greatest Castlevania game ever made. And if you ever play any version of Symphony of the Night, I'm sorry, if you only ever play one Castlevania, it needs to be Symphony of the Night. There's a reason, like, it inspired an entire genre that is still going very strong today. The PlayStation 4 version is based off of the original Japanese version. So it's got a bunch of content that was cut out of the original North American version. It has a playable version of Maria, which... I don't really like the Maria that's playable in this, but I like the fact that she's playable. But I really like the I really like the PlayStation 4 version of Symphony of the Night. Yeah, it doesn't have the hilariously bad dubbing, but I'm okay with that. Like the extra content that has, or the restored content, I should say. Well, it does have some extra content, like Maria and the Maria fight. It does have some new content that's not in the original Japanese version. I think, honestly, the PlayStation 4 version is probably the best way to play Symphony of the Night if you don't have access to the original North American version. But both of those are going to be S-tier games. But yeah, I agree, Smash Bro. I like the extra content here. The PS1 version got titties and booty. Wait, what? Where was the titties and booties in this version? I thought they were in all the versions. But yeah, no, I think there are going to be some versions of Symphony of the Night that are not S ranked on this ranking, but the PlayStation 4 version I know a lot of people are like really upset that this is only available on PlayStation. If you can get a PlayStation 4 for cheap, I'd say just get a PlayStation 4 for cheap and play this version. Of course, there's other ways to play Symphony of the Night. Okay, now a game that is definitely in my top 5 Castlevanias that is also going S tier is Lament of Innocence. I love Lament of Innocence. Leon Belmont is my favorite Belmont. I love the music of this game. I love the ambience. I love the Devil May Cry style of combat in this. I like the story. I love every fucking thing about Lament of Innocence. The extra characters, Yakim and Pumpkin, are very different from each other, and they're very fun. The game has several difficulty modes, so if you beat it on normal, guess what? You can go try it on crazy mode. Lament of Innocence is an incredible game and very much needs like a remaster. Like, it very, very much needs a remaster, a re-release. The story is a little wonky. There's some jank with the story. They make a big deal out of certain things that are never referenced again in other games. That's because yes, it is getting long. That's because I'm a fanboy. Oh, there's some games coming up that aren't going to be on the S rank. But yeah, this is a top 5 Castlevania. Maybe I should have like an SS rank. No, let's not do an SS rank. That actually is a terrible idea. Maybe I should do like a personal 5. Personal 5. Maybe we can do that at the end of the stream. Go back and have like a top 5 Castlevania and only pull those from the S. Let's do that at the end. And let's not call it that. Let's just call it Sarzac's top 5. But yeah, I love Lament of Innocence. Yeah, Yakim is awesome in Pumpkin mode, and the Forgotten One super boss is great. How's the music, by the way, everyone? Is the music too loud? Can you guys hear me okay? All right, Castlevania Chronicles Arrange mode. You'll notice that over here I have the original version of Chronicles for the X... What was that computer system called? The X68000, I think. Anyway, this is just the arrange mode of Castlevania Chronicles. This is a solid A rank game. I like Castlevania Chronicles a lot. I think it's probably like, even though Super Castlevania 4 is technically a remake of Castlevania 1, I think Chronicles like offers like the most faithful remake, because you have a whole bunch of like areas that are very reminiscent of Castlevania 1 levels, but then areas also reminiscent of stuff from Haunted Castle and Castlevania 4. I am not a fan of pink-haired anime Simon. I'm also not a fan of some of like the 90s techno tracks on this game. And I say that as somebody that as a teenager that was really into techno music. I don't think they've aged all that well. But Chronicles Arrange mode is a good game. Chronicles Arrange mode is a good game, and I like it. I like it. It's a good game. It's worth checking out. It's still available on the PS3 digital store. Last time I checked. I like Chronicles a lot, and it's not overly difficult. The original version is pretty difficult, but I've done this one. I've done Arrange mode deathless. It's pretty fair, and if you know how to take advantage of the Laurel, you can really kind of cheese your way through the game. But Chronicles, I like Chronicles. I think Chronicles is a good addition to the series. All right. Dracula X on the Super Nintendo. This is a C ranking. This game is fine. It's fine in the way that you would say a McDonald's cheeseburger is fine if somebody offered you to get you a cheeseburger and they showed up with McDonald's. It would satisfy that craving, but you know that there are better options out there. My big issue with Dracula X, a lot of people complain about it being a crappy port of Rondo. I don't really look at this as a port of Rondo. I look at this as kind of a reimagining of Richter's quest to slay Dracula, just as there's so many reimaginings of Simon's quest to kill Dracula, right? It's no different from Rondo in that it's, you know, Castlevania to Chronicles or Super Castlevania 4 or whatever. It's just a reimagining of that story. My problem with Dracula X is mainly the jumping. The jumping is, it's like you're on the fucking moon and there's no iframes. So if you fall into a problem area, you're going to take a lot more damage than you probably should. And then the final boss is just a giant middle finger to the player. Like it's not a bad fight once you learn it. You just have to be patient with the final boss. But the first time you get there, if you're not expecting it, it's a giant middle finger to the player. Basically, it's the standard Dracula teleports around throwing fireballs and then turns into the Cookie Monster, except the battle is taking place on columns with giant pits everywhere. So if Dracula hits you once, you're probably going to just insta die, right? It's not a bad fight once you learn it, but you have to learn it before it you know, you have to learn it. That's the thing. I think the music in this game is okay. I think the graphics in this are okay. I really like the way the first level is done. First level looks really nice. I actually think the first level of Dracula X, the Burning Town, I think that actually looks better than it does in Rondo, honestly. But Rondo's the better game. Like, hands down, Rondo's the better game. This is a C-level Castlevania. It's not bad. It's not awful, but it's also not great. It's serviceable, right? It's serviceable. That's right. He has a Speedo. He has a Speedo. Can't see Dracula's dong. No Dracula dong for anybody. See, I didn't know about Smash. I didn't know about Rondo until like the late 90s. So for me, like the longest, like Dracula X was like the real thing. And I actually have a funny story because I've had a copy since the late 90s, but I couldn't find a copy to like buy when this game came out. And, you know, I was growing up in a hometown of about 70,000 people, not a large city, you know, not a large city. I need to hydrate. I'll hydrate. Thank you, Kyra. There was one place, it was a little mom and pop's video rental place, and they had Dracula X, and I rented it from them until I was able to beat the game. I actually think I beat Dracula X before I beat Castlevania 1, now that I think about it. But it wasn't until I got a job at Funkoland that I was able to buy a copy. We had a used copy come in, and I think it was only like $40-50 back then, so I snagged it. And still have it to this day. But yeah, Dracula X, play it if you really like Classicvanias and if you want to see all the different Classicvanias. Otherwise, if you're big into Richter, Richter's story, just stick with Rondo. Circle of the Moon. So until recently, Circle of the Moon was my favorite second favorite Metroidvania, right behind Symphony. After I played Order of Ecclesia, it fell. I really like Circle of the Moon a lot. I think the graphics of this game, I mean, this was a launch title for the GBA. I do think the graphics, especially Nathan's graphics, looks a little off, but it's got really good music, really good exploration, really tough, challenging game. I like Circle of the Moon a lot. It's got one of my favorite Dracula in battles. That final fight with Dracula when he turns into that giant purple demon. That's a really cool looking Dracula, and it's a really cool fight. This game is somewhat unnecessarily grindy though. Like if you're trying to get all the cards or if you're trying to get certain drops, like you're going to grind. And that's kind of something I don't like about it. I also don't like how if you're trying to collect all of the cards, the last two are RNG drops after this very difficult gauntlet section. I forget what it's actually called, but there's a chance that the creatures that you want might not drop it, and then you have to do that section again and again. I mean, if you're using an emulator or save state, you can just save state it. But all of these games I played on original hardware, so so I didn't really have the option for that. The battle arena, yeah, that's it. And hi, Suki, how are you? But I think Circle's really good, and I'm glad to see that with the advanced collections, Circle is starting to get a lot more attention and a lot more respect, because I think for the longest, since this game is not considered canon, I think that this game was kind of just, disregarded by a lot of people. That's true, Amy. That's true. That is very true. But yeah, I like Circle of the Moon a lot. I actually beat this on an original GBA back in the day. The last game console I ever bought on day one was a GBA, and my copy of Circle of the Moon I had on day one. Okay, Adventure Rebirth, the WiiWare game. This is easily an S tier game for me. I love Adventure Rebirth. I think it's one of the best classic Vanias out there. It has several different difficulty styles. Some of the levels have differing paths. This is a great game. This is a great classic Vania, and it is a crime that this game is not legally available in any way, shape, or form right now, because this was a WiiWare only game, so it never had a physical release, and hopefully it gets some kind of release. There were also Rebirth games for Contra and Gradius, so maybe Konami and M2 will do a Rebirth collection at some point. But Adventure Rebirth is a definite S tier Castlevania for me. I love this game. And Traveler, shame on you. Shame on you for sliming me. I haven't played the Contra or Gradius Rebirth games. I really want to, because I love both Contra and Gradius. Love them. But yeah, this is a definite S tier game for me. If you've never played Adventure Rebirth, there are ways. Go find out how to play it. Harmony of Dissonance. This is a B tier game for me. There's some things I really love about this game. The combat, the magic system is so cool in this game. I'm not a big fan of Juiced Belmont, though. He looks like Alucard cosplaying as a Belmont. And I don't like the Castle A, Castle B system. I find it a little convoluted. I think the game is a little too easy with a few exceptions. And the music is just not good. I mean, I believe Igarashi actually apologized about the music because they tried compressing the music files because they were trying to fit more content into the game, and the soundtrack suffers as a result. It's not a bad game. It's good. I would never discourage anyone from playing Harmony of Dissonance, but it's not the best of the Metroidvanias. Honestly, I think it's a good game, but it does have some flaws and issues with it. It has some really cool Easter eggs. Like, I like the fact that you can actually play as Simon in the boss rush. Great character system, and the castle A and B stuff is so confusing. I always get lost whenever I'm playing that game. And what is the secondary character in that game? I think Maxim. He's fun. That was actually something that Harmony of Dissonance has over Circle of the Moon, is that there's a secondary character you can play as. Circle of the Moon doesn't really have that. You have like sorcerer mode and some other modes in Circle, but I've never really explored those all that much. But yeah, Harmony of Dissonance is a definite B ranking for me. All right, here comes another S tier game. This is a top 5 Sarzac game, Legacy of Darkness on the Nintendo 64. Now, I know a lot of people hate the N64 games. I love both of them, and this game, this is the game that should have been originally released. that there should not be two different versions of Castlevania 64. There should be one version. This should be the one version. I remember following the development of this game in magazines, and I was so excited. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna get to play as a werewolf and a Belmont and a sorcerer chick and some crazy like zombie dude with like a gun. This is gonna be awesome. And then they released Castlevania 64, and I was just like, what happened to all the stuff? But I didn't have an N64 at the time. But like later, when this came out, like I went out of my way to buy an N64 just for this game. And I love this game. I think this game is great. It's not perfect. It's got some issues. Platforming on it is still kind of a nightmare. Camera angles, while they're better than Castlevania 64, are still very problematic. But the atmosphere, the action, the level designs, I love Legacy of Darkness. And you have 4 fucking characters you can play as. You have Cornell the werewolf, who's a cute little femboy not necromancer, that's me. Cute femboy werewolf. You have Henry, who's a knight of the church that goes to Dracula's castle with a shotgun. I think it's a shotgun, maybe it's a revolver. And then you have the returning characters from Castlevania 64. You have Reinhardt Snyder, who's like a relative of the Belmonts, and then Carrie Fernandez, who I think is related to the Belnatus family. I think originally the Belnatus families were supposed to be the Fernandez family, but then it was mistranslated. But you know, these things come around in circles. But I love Legacy of Darkness, and I honestly want to play some Legacy of Darkness like really soon. Legacy of Darkness is a great game, and I love it. And just like Lament of Innocence, I want to see it re-released. It's great. I get why people dislike it. I understand the criticism it receives, but I really love Legacy of Darkness. Strong recommend. Okay, this next one is going to be tricky because this is technically for a game that was never released. The next one is Castlevania Resurrection, which was the canceled Dreamcast game starring Sonia Belmont, and it would have had a new Belmont in there called Victor Belmont from the 19th century. A playable alpha demo of this only surfaced a few years ago, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and you can play it. I mean, I streamed it on a Dreamcast, but most people play it on an emulator. This is going to be really hard to judge because A, the game was canceled. B, the game, the state that the game is playable in is clearly an alpha demo. So it definitely would have been improved and so forth. But I'm going to kind of have to just judge it for what it is. I honestly think that this game is more interesting for the historical fact of what it is and the fact that it still exists than the actual gameplay itself. It's neat. I kind of want to play some more of it, and go back to and revisit it because it was a few years ago. Yeah, Sonia Belmont would have been the main character in this game, Professor. I think I have to give this a C rank. I have to give this one a C rank, just because it's just, I don't know, it's neat to see. It's a neat historical oddity. It's a shame the game was canceled. I really would have loved it to have been finished. I really would have loved to see what the developers could have done with it. But for what we have to play, it's just go play other things. Go play other things. That's all I have to say about it. If you haven't played it, if you're interested in it, at the very least, go watch some YouTube videos on it. If you're really interested in Dreamcast stuff, yeah, definitely play this. But yeah, this is an S. I have to give this an S. It's not terrible. In fact, it's kind of sad that this wasn't developed any further. But I don't know. It's certainly not the experience that you get from these other games, in my opinion. Again, it's very hard to rank this. I kind of want to move this into the B slot, but I feel that might be too generous, and I certainly don't see it on the same level as I see Belmont's Revenge and Harmony of Dissonance. I think a C rank is fair. All right, the next one is the multiplayer online Castlevania Harmony of Despair, which is still, you can still play on Xbox consoles and PlayStation 3. Basically take Castlevania, make it multiplayer, and add like a Diablo loot system to the game, and that's what Harmony of Despair is. Harmony of Despair is really fun, especially if you're playing with friends, but it does get really old, really repetitive very quickly. I like Harmony of Despair a lot. But it does get very old very quickly. And you have two difficulties. You have a normal and a hard difficulty. And once you've kind of like mastered hard difficulty, there's not really any reason to keep playing unless you're trying to like max out all the characters, which I have a maxed out Julius on the PlayStation 3 version, and then I've beaten a normal version with every other character. I think Harmony of Despair is I think it's a B rank game. It's fun, it's enjoyable, but it does get tiresome pretty quickly. Oh no, I'm tiny. Oops, didn't mean to bring that up. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be in my Belmont outfit. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna put Harmony in B rank. Which, if any of you ever want to play the PlayStation 3 version, just reach out to me. I'm happy to play it with anybody. I like it. I enjoyed it. But once I kind of accomplished what I wanted to do in the game, I felt no reason to kind of continue playing it. Hi, Samus. Hello. How are you? Yeah, I gave it a C tier TLBG. I think it's really neat from a historical standpoint, but gameplay for what it is, like I can't judge it on gameplay on what it might have been since it wasn't finished. It's a C tier, which is fine. You know, C tier is average. I'm certainly not hating on anything that's on the C tier. I don't know. I can't put it in the same ranking as like Belmont's Revenge and some other ones. I think it's really neat, and I want to stream it again. It's a really hard thing to judge since it's an incompleted alpha demo, and I kind of have to judge it based on like what I have in front of me, you know. Samus, how are you doing, by the way? All right, next one is Aria of Sorrow. This might rattle some feathers. This is an A tier game for me. It's not an S tier game. The gameplay in this game is very good, and it's one of the most balanced Metroidvanias, period. I hate the story. I hate the story, and I'm someone that doesn't really care about Castlevania story stuff to begin with, but it's so generically anime that it just makes me kind of cringe. C is for canceled. Well, it was canceled. That is true. Aria of Sorrow is fun. It's fine. It's enjoyable. It's good. It's very balanced. Yeah, I don't have too much to say about Aria. I think it's the best of the 3 Game Boy games, if that's any consolation. But for me, it's not a game I have to replay all that often. And I know there are some people that consider this to be like the best Castlevania ever made, and I've never understood that. But it probably because I'm just, you know, this game with the soul system and collecting the souls and getting the powers, it's obviously reminiscent of like Pokemon-esque games where, you know, you collect the creature and then you have the creature's power and you can use the creature's abilities. Maybe not as far as, say, Curse of Darkness takes it, where you have a literal creature companion. It's a great game. I don't know. It doesn't really stick out for me. I prefer the classic Vanias more so than the Metroidvanias. So, you know, if you're expecting to see more Metroidvanias on the S tier, probably not. But I don't know. It's got some neat stuff. It's got alternate endings. Julius mode is really good, though I really like Julius mode in Dawn, which we'll come to Dawn in a little bit. But yeah, I definitely think that this is a great game, and is definitely, especially if you're into the Metroidvanias, definitely one you need to play. Like, it's definitely up there. Yeah, no, it attracted a whole bunch of people to it. And it's a really good game. I don't know. There's just something about it. It just never really clicked with me all that well. And I like a lot of the new characters. I like Soma. I like what they're doing with Soma. I like Julius. But I don't know. For me, it's a solid A rank game. All right, next is Castlevania Chronicles Original Mode, also known as just, I guess, Castlevania on the X68000. I forget what its Japanese title is. I like this more than original mode on Chronicles. I'm sorry, more than arrange mode on Chronicles. But I don't like it enough to make it an S tier game. Original mode, I think, is it doesn't have the annoying 90s techno remixes, and it's a bit more challenging, but I don't think the differences are drastic enough in my mind for me to give this a different ranking than arrange mode. Yeah, Akimajo Dracula, something like that, I think. So I'm going to give Castlevania Chronicles Original Mode an A rank as well. Okay, now we have Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles Rondo of Blood Remake. I gave Rondo an S rank. This is going to be a tough one. This has extra content, and I really like the extra content. But it's not a good looking game. Like, I like the extra content. I like the new soundtracks, the new songs. It's not a good looking game, no. And I know a lot of people get hung up on it running at 30 FPS. I could care less about that. I just think it doesn't look good. Oh man. I like a lot of character redesigns, but Maria's is bad. Maria's redesign is very bad in this game. Yeah, I'm not including I'm only looking at the remake aspect of Dracula X Chronicles. I'm not looking at the fact that it includes Rondo and Symphony technically. I'm only looking at the remake aspect of it. I'm gonna give this an A ranking. I really like the extra content, including the Hydra fight. I really like some of the music in there. But I just think Rondo looks better. I just think Rondo looks a lot better. I would say Dracula X Chronicles is for people that really like Rondo. If you really like Rondo, and if you want more of Rondo, if you want a twist on Rondo, go with Dracula X Chronicles. That's kind of my ranking for Dracula X Chronicles, which was the game that Dot wanted me to talk about on her big stream at the end of her Castlevania challenge this year, which I was happy to, because I like this game a lot. But I waffle back and forth all the time as to whether or not if I like this more than Rondo or not. And I think only recently I kind of been in the mindset of liking original Rondo more than Dracula X Chronicles. No, she does not. She does not. She straight up told me it was her least favorite on her Castlevania challenge, and I'm like, more than Legends? And she was like, yeah, more than Legends, which we're coming up to. All right, Castlevania Curse of Darkness for the PlayStation 2. I had a bunch of people, when I was playing this, when I was streaming this, I had a bunch of people find me solely for this game, and several of them stuck around the stream for a while. I only played this for the first time when I streamed it like 2 years ago, and I think that this game is really neat. The gameplay, by infusing like Pokemon-esque mechanics to it, you play as Hector, who's what are they called? Devil. What is the actual thing that he and Isaac are? Devil Forge Masters. Thank you. It's neat because you get to like control demons, and you can evolve them, and you have different types of demons. Like you have ones that can heal and ones that are kind of... It's kind of like Symphony of the Night's familiar system, except it's a lot more elaborate, and it's clearly drawing from Pokemon. I think the game actually looks a little bit better than Lament of Innocence. I thank you for the head pats. I don't really think... I have some problems with Curse of Darkness. Some of the levels are just too long and just too boring. Some of them just go on and on and on. There's some good boss fights in there, but there's also a lot of boss fights that I'm trying to like remember, and I just can't. I feel Curse of Darkness is a good game, but I wasn't crazy about it. Yeah, I don't know. I think Curse of Darkness, it's a good game. Definitely check it out, especially if you like Pokemon-esque stuff in non-traditional Pokemon-like games. The story is certainly a lot better. Which one was I criticized? The story is certainly a lot better than Aria of Sorrow. I'll give it that. I think that this is... a B or an A rank. It's not S tier, and it's not C tier. It's either an A or a B rank. The level designs, just empty halls after empty halls after empty halls. Just, I don't know. I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. I have no desire to play it again anytime in the near future. All of these games up in the A rank are games that I want to replay like soonish. I think this is a B rank game for me. It's a very good game. Deserves a re-release. It's actually kind of criminal. Lament of Innocence has been on the PS3 digital store for years. This was only ever released on disc for the PS2 and the original Xbox. Had no later digital re-release, which was a shame. But I think Curse of Darkness belongs here. Okay, now everyone's favorite, Castlevania Legends. Who here is a Castlevania Legends fan? Well, we're putting Sonia Belmont's completed game next to her uncompleted game. This is a C-rank game. I think a lot of people overhate Legends in the way that they overhate Dracula X. This is a very mediocre game. It is very mediocre. It is certainly better than Castlevania The Adventure, which I hate that game. There's nothing that this game does outstandingly well. It's an okay game. Some of the bosses are stupid easy. The game allows itself to be trivialized with burning mode and abilities like clear everything on the screen. It's got some neat things in it. It's got multiple endings. It's got a secret level, which is actually kind of fun. But it also kind of punishes the player. Like, there are candles that if you hit candles, you'll be thrown into like a punishment room. Which, why are you hitting candles in Castlevania is like the most common thing to do. You hit candles. Why are you all of a sudden punishing me for hitting candles? You heard Bernie mode? Burning, not Bernie mode. It would be Bernie Lomax mode. Weekend at Bernie's 3. I wish they would make a Weekend at Bernie's 3. The actor that played Bernie Lomax is still around. They could make like a zombie like apocalypse movie with like Bernie as the chief like zombie. Like give me Weekend at Bernie's 3. Bernie's still dead, please. This is not a terrible game in the same way that Dracula X is not a terrible Castlevania. There's better Castlevanias out there. There's some neat things, you know. Dracula X, I didn't mention this, but Dracula X has multiple endings and different paths. This has multiple endings and kind of verging paths, kind of. If you play this on a Super Game Boy, you get a lot more colors than what you would normally get, and it actually looks kind of neat. But there are better Castlevanias out there to play. I think this game is overhated, but at the same time, it doesn't do anything outstandingly well. It's the Castlevania definition of mediocre, I think. Kid Dracula on the Game Boy. This is basically Kid Dracula on the NES, except some of the game mechanics are slightly tightened, and there's a couple twists on some of the levels. Otherwise, it's basically the same thing, except on Game Boy. I have no desire to ever play either of these again. I don't like the Kid Dracula games. So there you go. I don't know what you want me to do. Do you want me to give a speech about how I dislike Kid Dracula? I didn't enjoy this game for the same reasons I didn't enjoy the Famicom version. The Game Boy game is slightly better than the Famicom version in terms of like playability, but not enough to bump it up a rank. Not at all. Not at all. Okay, now we're getting into some obscure shit. Now we have the colorized version of the adventure, which it's colorized and it looks better. But one of the neat things about the colorized version of Adventure, which was not released, I have to point out, these Konami GB collections were not released in North America. They were released in Japan, and then different versions were released in Europe. The ones in Europe have more colorization than the ones released in Japan, and I played the European versions. This is a colorized version of Adventure. It looks better, but it also slightly speeds up gameplay. So Christopher is no longer moving like a slug, and that I think makes it a little bit better than the original Game Boy version. I don't hate this version as much as I hate the original Game Boy version. All right, Belmont's Revenge. Belmont's Revenge colorized. This has a different translation than the original North American version, and you don't have the axe in this version. You have the cross, which does result in a little bit of gameplay changes, because sometimes the axe is really helpful, and the cross, you know, they're different sub-weapons that aren't available in both versions. Unlike the colorized version of Rebirth, though, like the gameplay of this one is still fine. It's just colorized. So this is going to be a B rank as well. That is definitely a B rank of that one. But they added more color. Oh, interesting, Suki. I didn't know that about the Japanese versions of those. So they are Super Game Boy compatible. Maybe I should hunt those down and check them out at some point. Castlevania 64. So Castlevania Legacy of Darkness is S tier for me. Castlevania 64, however, is B rank. This had so much content cut out that they only restored it with Legacy. And in a lot of ways, Reinhardt and Carrie are basically the same game as they are in Legacy. Some of the levels are different, but you're probably not going to know that unless you know both of these games very well. Basically, this is Legacy with much less content, and the camera angles are worse. And I don't think I don't think there's an auto target feature in 64, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that. Whereas I think you have that in Legacy. I don't really see a reason to play Castlevania 64 while Legacy of Darkness is a thing. I just don't. There are some alt outfits in Castlevania 64 that aren't in Legacy. Like there's an alt outfit for Reinhardt where he's in Simon's outfit. Carrie has Maria's Rondo of Blood outfit. But I don't know. I love Legacy of Darkness. I'm lukewarm about Castlevania. It's not terrible. I think it's fine. I mean, look with some of the other games I've ranked it with. I really like Belmont's Revenge, Harmony of Dissonance. I really like all these games. It's just I can't rank this one. Is just it's Legacy, but it's incomplete. So I'm gonna put it there. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for some insanity? Because now it's time for Castlevania Judgment. Hey, Megatroidvania. Hey, welcome. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Let's get a shout out for Megatroid. Thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate that. Castlevania Judgment, the fighting game on the Wii with some of the worst character designs ever. This game is okay. I don't think this is another example of a truly terrible Castlevania. It's actually kind of fun once you get past the awful character designs. The gameplay is fun. It's kind of clear that they were like really inspired by Soul Calibur when making this. It's a fun, neat little thing. You can still buy brand new copies of this from Amazon. Amazon never sold out of this, at least last time I checked. It's not the worst thing ever. Generally, when I hear people like bitch about this game, they complain about two things. They complain about the character designs, which are mostly awful, and then they also complain about Castlevania shouldn't be a fighting game. No, you can have a Castlevania fighting game. I actually think Castlevania is a series that opens itself well to the idea of a fighting game. If you can have a multiplayer online Castlevania that like is in the style of Diablo in terms of like loot and leveling, why can you not have a Castlevania fighting game? Like why can you not do that? I think the game probably could have benefited from some better design. There are some design issues and sometimes the AI is a little cheap, but I don't think it's a terrible game. If you're really curious about it, if you have a Wii somewhere, check it out. But yeah, I think Judgment is a clear C ranking. All right, Castlevania 3 Japanese version. This is still a very good game, but I don't like it as much as the North American version. Some of the bosses are much simpler in this version than they are in the North American version. The North American version has sound effects not in the Japanese version. Like when you're fighting Dracula's second form, every time you kill one of his heads, they like let out a scream in the North American version. They don't do that in the Japanese version. Grant is broken in the Japanese version. Grant very much needed to be nerfed. Granted, I think they I think they nerfed him too hard in the North American version, but he was definitely needed a nerfing in this version. This version does have better music, but I like the North American version better because it's more challenging. In some ways, it's more challenging because it's an asshole game. But this game I find to I don't know, to be a little. It's still not easy, but I don't know. It doesn't have that extra level of intensity that I think really makes the North American version stand out. But yeah, Grant needed a nerfing, but they took it too far, if that makes sense. Oh, you think the music in the US version is better than the Japanese version? I did not win the trip to Transylvania. I was very sad when I got that letter. The OST for it doesn't push it over to me, Sword Saint. I like the more complicated, more difficult bosses in Dracula's Curse, and I like some of the sound effects and stuff. For me, it's the soundtrack doesn't push it over, even though I do think the Japanese version has the better soundtrack of the two. All right, time for our first F. I hate this game. I hate Castlevania Lords of Shadow passionately. It was the most unfun game I played out of this entire project. Do you like crawling up rock walls for hours with no enemies anywhere near you? If so, play Castlevania Lords of Shadow, a game that it doesn't know what it wants to be. Oh, look, we're fighting bosses like we're playing what's that fucking game? Shadow of the Colossus. Oh, now we're fighting puzzle boss. This game doesn't know what it wants to be. That's its problem. This game has amazing production value. It has. I would rather play Adventure and Legends every day for the rest of my life than to ever play Lords of Shadow again. This game has incredible production value. It's got Patrick Stewart narrating it and playing a major character. The story of Gabriel is engaging. I would love this to be a movie. This would be an incredible movie. And I love the fact that this is a different take on the Belmonts, with Gabriel ultimately becoming Dracula at the end. But as a game, I found this to be a miserable, miserable game. Like, I want to go back to this and watch cutscenes. I don't ever want to go back to this and play. Hey there, Dark Lore. What's going on? How are you? The DLC was so awful that when I finished it, people in chat were like, okay, we can now tell you that the developers have apologized for this DLC. I don't like this game. Now, am I going to shit on the other Lords of Shadow games? No, I'm not. I like the other two. So it's not me just hating on Lords of Shadow because it's trying to do something different. I hated this game from a gameplay design, but graphically, in terms of production value, music, it was gorgeous. I didn't like the stages. It felt way too linear in a 3D world. You know, at least in these other 3D Vanias like Legacy and Curse of Darkness and Lament, you had some measure of being able to explore. This was as linear as a classic Vania, which it's fine that classic Vanias are linear because that's the kind of game that they are, but in a 3D game, I want some aspect of being able to explore things. That's right, you can't buy the DLC. Oh, that is kind of messed up. Yeah, this to me, it's not the worst thing on this list, but I don't ever want to play this again. I would rather play Adventure and Legends every day for the rest of my life than to ever play this again. Just ever. Castlevania Symphony of the Night Saturn version. This is an A rank game for me. I have to put some caveats on this. The version I played is the English translated ROM hack, which also includes a bunch of updates to the way the game runs. I've been told the vanilla Saturn version of this is dreadful, but I've only seen people stream it and YouTube it. I've not actually played the vanilla Saturn version myself, but I did play the ROM hack that adds an English translation and fixes some things. I'm already wanting to move. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna move that one up. It does not look as good as the PlayStation-based ones. In fact, a lot of the 3D effects look really terrible. But it's got some new content. It's got some new areas. It has 2 new bosses, the Skeleton Knight guy and a Maria boss fight. And Maria is playable in this, and she's a lot of fun in this one. So you know what? I'm going to say this is an S tier game. This is an S tier game. Performance fixes. Thank you, Finley. Thank you. Which we're going to come back, and at the end we're going to add like a top level to where I'm going to have like my top 5 Castlevania games, which we'll pull from the S tier rank. But yeah, I'm going to say Symphony of the Night Saturn is a S tier game. Okay, next one is Castlevania Mirror of Fate, which is technically the second Lords of Shadow game, even though there is a Lord of Shadows too. This one happens in between the events of Lords of Shadows 1 and 2. And this is a good B tier game. This is a good B tier game. I had fun with this. I had a lot of fun with this. I thought it was good. You play as several different characters. You start off playing as Gabriel, then you play as Simon, Trevor, Alucard. I think that's all the characters you play as, which I don't want to say plot spoilers. Now, I played the PlayStation 3 version. I've heard the 3DS version of this was kind of bad. But I enjoyed this. I had fun with this, and I think it did a very good job continuing the story of Gabriel Belmont, which I like. Like, just because I have the original Lords of Shadow way down there, that's just because I was flabbergasted with the gameplay in that. But I think Mirror of Shadows is a good game. It had some really unique boss fights, and was a very interesting way that they did the Metroidvania formula in that game. And I would like to play it again. I liked Mirror of Shadows quite a lot. It was something like it was a little bit of everything. I think, Zeta, like the first level you play as Gabriel, but it's Gabriel before the events of Lords of Shadow 1. But all the stuff after that, I think, takes place between Lords of Shadow 1 and 2, if I remember correctly. And hey, Hungriest Cheetah, welcome to the end of Castlevania Mondays. We're ranking all the Castlevania games. What's going on? All right, the next one is probably a game nobody cares about, but I told you, like I said, we played all of them, or as many of them as I could play. The next one is the GBA port of Castlevania 1. This is a B ranked game. It's Castlevania 1 on the GBA. For whatever reason, it doesn't look as good as it does on the NES, but it plays the same. It sounds the same. There's just something very off about how this version looks compared to the NES version. It's very slight. Some people might not even notice it. I noticed it, but otherwise it's the NES version, and it's probably the most accurate of the NES or of the ports of the original NES games. But there's not much to say. It doesn't have any extra content or anything. It's just it has a very slight different look to it. It felt like God of War trying to be Shadows of Colossus. I can see that. I didn't play a lot of either God of War or Shadows of Colossus, but I can totally see that. All right, the next one is Lords of Shadow 2. Now, generally, when you talk to people about the two Lords of Shadow games, the two main ones, most people seemingly prefer this one, and most people hate this one. Well, guess what? I actually really like Lords of Shadow 2 a lot. It fixed up a lot of issues I had with the original. There's a lot more combat. The game knows what it wants to be. It has more of an open 3D world system. The story is weird as fuck, but it's like weird as fuck in a good way. It's a very fitting into the story of Gabriel. Spoiler alert, big spoiler alert, Patrick Stewart is back and he voices Death in this game. And the fight with Death is one of the best things in this game because it's Patrick Stewart yelling about exterminating the Belmonts. It's got some amazing boss fights. There are some really weird sections, like the stealth sections with the Warhammer 40k Space Marine guys, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But I thought those, because I heard so many people online complaining about those sections, I thought it was going to kill the game for me because I don't like stealth games. But I didn't mind them. Now, I struggled on a few of them. I'm not going to lie. I did struggle on a few because I don't play those kind of games. But I actually really like Lords of Shadows 2. It's just I don't like the first game. I don't like the first game at all. If you do, hey, that's awesome. Everybody has their own taste, you know. Some people like Lords of Shadow 1 a lot. Some people like Lords of Shadow 2. Some people like, I don't know, supermodels. I like fat chicks. You know, it's to each their own, right? To each their own. But I like this game. I like this game a lot. The DLC was really neat for this because you get to play as Alucard, Lords of Shadow Alucard, and it was fun because it was very, from what I remember, it was like really puzzle based, and I like puzzles a lot. So I like Lords of Shadow too. I will say this about all three Lords of Shadows, including the one I really dislike. All three of these games deserve a remaster and a re-release collection. I want to see all three of these games available again, remastered and out there. Just because I dislike a game does not mean I want it to disappear forever. All right, the next one, you might not be able to tell what this is. This is Versus Castlevania. This is basically Castlevania 1, like down to like the NES port, but it's basically Castlevania 1 for the arcade and much harder. So it's basically Castlevania 1 on hard mode. So I'm just going to give it an A rank. There's not much to say about it. It's the same game. It's just you take more damage, and the time limit is reduced. Don't play this if you don't want a harder version of Castlevania 1. But if you do like challenges, if you do want things that are, you know, going to really make you work for victory, check out Versus Castlevania. I don't have anything really to say about it because it's really just Castlevania 1, just more difficult. You should play it, Professor. It's actually available through Arcade Archives, which I have actually on one of their leaderboards pretty high. I think I'm in the top 25 on one of the 2 leaderboards for that. I'd have to go back and check. It's been a while, but you should definitely check it out. It's only a few dollars, and it's on PlayStation. So if you have that, definitely check it out. All right, Dawn of Sorrow, a game that I think gets too much fucking grief. Dawn of Sorrow is a really good game. I like Dawn of Sorrow, and I'm putting it on the same level as Aria of Sorrow. Dawn is gorgeous. Dawn is really good. Dawn has some annoying things about it, like the generic anime design and the seals, which the version I played, to be fair, I played this before the Dominus collection came out, so since I don't have an HD enabled 3DS, I had to stream this on an emulator, and I used the version that removed the seals. But I have gone through the Dominus version. I have offline played around with the seals, and I find them kind of obnoxious. But oh my god, Julius mode in this game is glorious. Julius mode in this game is so amazing, and that final fight in Julius mode is one of the best Castlevania battles, period. I like Dawn of Sorrow a lot. I think it's a great game. And I don't understand why people constantly refer to it as like inferior to Ecclesia in Portrait, because I think all three of them are very incredible games. For those of you that might be a little critical of Dawn in chat, I'm curious what your criticism of it is, because I know there's some people like Suki that have played the Sorrow games quite a lot, but I can't remember where Suki's for example, Suki, I can't remember what Suki's personal opinion of Dawn is. But I'm curious if there's anybody in here that has legit criticism of this, because I'd like to hear it and just see what people think about it. Hey, Aki, thank you for the lurk, and thank you for the congrats. But yeah, I like Dawn a lot, and I think the whole business with what is it? Julius mode is really awesome. Castlevania on MS-DOS. This is actually the best of the 3 ports on personal computer systems from the early 90s. You had the MS-DOS port of Castlevania, you had the Commodore 64, and then you had the Amiga port. This is the best of the 3. It doesn't look as good. I think the Commodore 64 version looks better, but this one plays better. This one plays better, and I want to say I remember that in this version, I think I could be wrong, but I want to say that you have a jump button. In the other 2 versions, jump is up, and you know how I feel about that. Jump should never be fucking up in a platformer. It shouldn't be. The music in this, a lot of people that run the MS-DOS version are running it in a way that causes the music to be really janky. There's an actual way that if you're playing this through DOSBox,
not be up. Why can't it be one of the fucking buttons? Having the fucking up button jump is fucking fucked up.
There's an actual way to get the soundtrack to play right, and it actually sounds pretty decent. That said, I don't know why you would play that when you have the NES version to play. I just don't know why you would do that. But yeah, that's the DOS version of Castlevania. I don't know what else to say about that. Portrait of Ruin. This is a really fucking good game. And oh my god, it's got so much replay ability. Okay, good. This is what the thing is going to do. Portrait of Ruin is great, and I think has the best final boss fight in the entire series. If you don't know what the final boss fight of this is, here's a spoiler. It starts off fighting Dracula and Death at the same time, and it's awesome. This game has so many extra character modes as well. You have the main mode where you play as Jonathan and Charlotte. Then you have a mode where you can play as Richter and Maria. Then you have a mode where you can play as the 2 sisters. I'm not going to say who they are because it's kind of spoilery. And then there's a mode where you can play as Axe Armor, and he's not equipment, he's an actual character. And there's so many extras in this game. The boss fights are great. I like the whole tag team. Jonathan, Charlotte. I love that. It's a really, really, really good game. I like it a lot. The anime style, again, kind of annoys me. The story is much better, I think, than the Sorrow games. But I really like Portrait a lot. It's almost as good as Symphony of the Night. In fact, I would say in a lot of ways it's better than Symphony. It is more balanced. It just doesn't have that it doesn't have the same gravitas that Symphony of the Night has. Yeah, old Axe Armor is awesome. Dawn of Sorrow was the first Castlevania game I ever purchased. I had played previous games that my older cousins had, but the DS games were the first ones I bought for myself. Oh, nice. Did you pick up the Dominus collection recently, Lantis, that re-released these, or are you planning to? Did a Charlotte playthrough. It just needed John for the final blow. Oh yeah, and this also has one of the coolest attacks ever. I love the one ability. What is it called? Where you like summon like most of the Belmonts from the past. There's an ability where you summon Leon, Simon, Trevor, Richter, and Juiced, and they all come out and they all attack everything on Greatest 5. Yes, Christopher should be in there. I don't know why Christopher's not in there. We'll talk about Christopher when we get to the Belmont ranking, but it is so cool. I really don't have anything negative to say about this game, except that the Igavania formula, I guess you could say, is kind of starting to wear out its welcome a little bit with Portrait. The next one is Castlevania on the Commodore 64. This looks better than the DOS version. I forget how it sounds, but it doesn't play as good as the DOS version. And it's a little janky, and up is jump, and I don't like that. Still very neat that they were able to put Castlevania on the Commodore 64, but Yeah, I don't like it. All right, Order of Ecclesia. Several of you here got to see me play this for the first time last year. This is an S tier game. This is my second favorite Metroidvania
That's a
after
good
Symphony.
reason why the jump button
And
should not be up. Why can't it be one of the fucking buttons? Having the fucking up button jump is fucking fucked up.
I love this game. Shinoa is a total babe. She's a great character. The game plays very differently from so many Castlevanias because Shinoa is such a different character in terms of how she plays. I love the art style. I love the challenge. This game is mean. This game is mean in a way that Dracula's Curse is mean. And I want to go back to this game. I want to be able to get the medals without getting hit by any of the bosses. I want to be able to learn this game better. It is a great game, and I'm so glad that not only did they re-release it on the Dominus collection, but Konami seemed to be like, you know, focusing on that one for the re-release. I don't know if it's because Shinoa has sex appeal or not, but this is such a good game. It is such a good game, and you know, if you watched me stream that, you know there were some bosses I really struggled on. Like the shadow werewolf guy in Dracula's castle. I had some severe issues with him. And the final Dracula fight is not easy at all. None of the game is really easy. Isn't the second boss the crab in the tower that normally like people just give up on? Yeah, I liked Ecclesia a lot. Like up until Ecclesia, my second favorite Metroidvania was Circle of the Moon. And the thing is, I had bought Ecclesia when it came out because it's Castlevania. They've always gotten like low print runs since the late 90s. I was going to get it and play it at some point, and I just never did. But I'm so glad I got to play this game because it's so good. Yeah, this is Order of Ecclesia. It's a Metroidvania, Professor, but it has the challenges of many classic Vanias in it. It's a very good game, and it's a very challenging game, and it rewards you for doing really difficult things like not taking damage from bosses and so forth. It's an incredible game. And if you've played Igarasi's Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, you're going to see how Ecclesia is really kind of the prototype of Bloodstained in a lot of ways, from the character Miriam compared to Shinoa. Though I think Miriam has more personality, but there's a reason Shinoa doesn't have much personality in the game, and I can't say anything about it because it's big spoiler stuff. Yeah, this is an incredible game. Shinoa is based on Igarashi's wife. Oh man. The next game is the Amiga port of Castlevania. Fuck this thing. This is an abomination against. It's an abomination against God and country. This is terrible. This is absolutely horrible. This should be wiped from the face of the earth. Lords of Shadow should not be wiped from the face of the earth because it has good production value and a lot of things I really like. This has no reason to exist. This is awful. This is absolutely awful, and it's terrible. There's no reason for anyone to ever play the Amiga port of Castlevania 1. I know out there is some person whose first Castlevania was probably the Amiga port of Castlevania 1. And to that person, if you happen to be watching this stream or video, please go play some of these other games if this was the only game you ever played. Please, it's an abomination. It is an abomination. No, because I dislike Lords of Shadow that much. If we had more ranks, if we had like an F plus and an F minus, this would be an F plus, this would be an F minus. But this would still be an F, in my opinion. All right, next up is Konami YY World, which is a crossover of various Konami games. You've got the Goonies, you've got Getsu Fuma, you've got Castlevania, you've got Gradius, you've got You've got other stuff. There's a lot. This is like you've got oh, what's the mystical Goemon? You've got Goemon, the Konami YY World game. Konami YY World 1 is amazing, and I love this game, and it is a definite A-ranked game in my opinion. It's a little cheap sometimes, and the game very heavily penalizes you if you kill a character, and the game really wants you to think that it's non-linear when in fact it is very linear. You can't go into certain levels if you don't have certain characters and so forth. But oh man, this game is cool. If you're a fan of any of these old Konami IPs, Goemon, Gradius, Castlevania, Getsu Fuma, Goonies. Yeah, there's a Goonies level. You can play as what's his fucking name? Sean Austin, I think. Yeah. You should play Konami YY World. It's fun. It is a very fun 2D action platformer. Yeah, Mikey, yeah. This is a good, very, very good game. I love this game a lot. Next up is Konami YY World 2. This is a very different game than the first one. It's very different. It's still a 2D action platformer. You play as a character who is able to take on the persona of several different Castlevania, several different Konami characters, like the guys from Contra, Simon Belmont, Getsu Fuma, the baby Oopa Oopa, which Sheriff Ram was in here the other day. Sheriff Ram has an Oopa Oopa emote, which is hilarious. I found this game to be a much more traditional action platformer than Konami YY World 1. It's still good, it's still fun, it still has some challenge to it, but I don't think I didn't have as much fun with it as I did with the first one. Still very much definitely something to play. I'm not including it in the collabs because it's a Konami game by Konami for Konami, but I very much enjoyed YY World 2. Castlevania Grimoire of Souls, also known as the Apple Arcade exclusive Konami game, or exclusive Castlevania game, that was originally developed as a cell phone game before Apple showed up at Konami's headquarters with bags of money saying we would like this exclusively on our Apple service. So Konami took this game, they removed all the gotcha microtransactions from it. They didn't reduce any of the grinding though. I never thought in my life I would ever say, hang on, I can't come to dinner yet. I have to do my Castlevania dailies first. Never thought I'd ever say anything like that in my life. But I had to do dailies in this game for months because I wanted to beat the final boss with every character. And there's only 5, I think 5. Who are the main characters here? Alucard, Simon, Kid Maria, Shanoa, and Charlotte. Yeah, and then you have some secondary characters. They don't count. This game is grindy as fuck. This game is incredibly grindy, but I really like the way it plays. I like the way it looks. The boss fights are actually really, really well done. This needs to be on other platforms with a lot of the grind removed. And a lot of people have asked me, if they put it out on Steam, would you get it? That depends. Have they reduced the grind? If they reduce the grind, yeah, I'd get it and I'd play it again. If they just directly ported it from Apple to Steam, I probably wouldn't. I think I had like 300 hours in this game by the time I was done with it, and there was a whole bunch of extra content I had not unlocked, like items and stuff. I really like this. I like this a lot more than I thought I would. The gameplay felt really fresh, really good. It's just the grind and the fact that it's locked behind Apple. I hate that this is the most, well, until we get to Haunted Castle Revisited. I hate that this is one of the most recent Castlevania games that we have. because I really think if it was free of the Apple Arcade system and released as more of a standalone game, I think we could have something really good here. But because of a lot of the problems with the grindiness and how it's available, because you have to have a subscription to Apple Arcade, otherwise you don't play this, I have to give this a B ranking. I enjoyed it a lot and I had fun with it, there's too many issues with it that prevent me from giving it an A ranking. You think if you do it, I think so too, Pig Knight, but I had the whole rule that I had to do it, beat every Castlevania with every character, every notable port. So I kind of had to do it that way. If I had broken that rule, then that would have, in a lot of ways, broken the project. Hey, Marzikov. Hi, how are you? Was this the one with the gacha month? Yes, it was the one with the chunky birds and the chunky kitties, and yeah, that's it, Pizza Maid. Yeah, that's the one. Konami, if you're paying attention, and you're probably not, please consider bringing this to other systems with a lot of the grinding reduced. Please, people will buy this. They did the same for that Mega Man X game that Capcom put on Steam. They would do the same for this. All right, now we're getting into some collab games. So the first collab game we have here, and the collabs have their own category. Just because they're under F does not mean that they're inferior. It's just I don't think it's fair to bring, because so many of these collab games are different than the proper Castlevania ones. I think they would be kind of hard to like fit in here. So collabs have their own section, and I'll just say my thoughts on it. I have never had a big interest in Super Smash Brothers. I think the last one I played before I played the Switch one might have been the GameCube version. But I have to say the Castlevania content in this was really good. Richter and Simon both play really, really well, and they feel like Castlevania characters. They play very well. And the boss fight with Dracula is really well done, and I think is a really great boss fight. I know Smash is a huge like phenomenon, and like there's so many things that you can say about Smash, but as a game that did a Castlevania collab, I think Smash knocked it out of the park. I think they did a really, really good job. Oh, you were okay. I bought a DS collection on Steam. Sold my games back in 2021. It broke my heart. Oh, well, at least you can play the games on Steam now. But yeah, that sucks when you have to sell stuff like that, Lantis. I've been in that position before. Hey, Mr. Popinski, what's going on, Pop? It was nice to see you streaming. It was nice to read you, my friend. It was nice to read you last night. Give Pop a shout out. Pop is a very, very old Twitch friend of mine. Please follow him. He's a great guy, great streamer. He'll tell you he's a fake streamer, but the man oozes charisma. That he is a total pro streamer as far as I'm concerned. The next game is a weird game I didn't even know existed. It's called Obakidoru, or Bail or Jail, and it has a Castlevania collab where you can play as Alucard in Leon, and basically it's like a spooky anime version of Dead by Daylight, but basically with much more simplistic mechanics. I had a lot of fun with this. It was neat. It was fun being able to play as chibi versions of Leon and Alucard. It was a really cute game. I don't have anything else to say about it. I don't have anything to say about it. Hey, Capper. Hello. Yeah, I'm tier ranking all the Castlevania games that I've played on this project, and then we're going to be tier ranking all the different Belmonts in a little bit. Next up is Dead Cells Return to Castlevania. Okay, if I wasn't ranking this as a collab, Dead Cells would fucking go up in the S rank. This game was fucking good, and the Castlevania content here was amazing. The Dracula fight is great. I want to play more Dead Cells. Dead Cells was fucking great, and I think it's probably my favorite Castlevania collab game, easily. I mean, it felt like a Castlevania to begin with. but with roguelite elements. And I really think they did a great job with the Castlevania content. The death fight, the Medusa fight, especially the dragon. I love the fact that in the last Castlevania level, you can encounter the librarian from Symphony of the Night, and Dracula will sometimes appear and just fucking murder the librarian for helping you. That is awesome. That to me is canon. That explains why the librarian is not in any other game after Symphony. At some point, Dracula just murdered him. So I hear you were helping my son, Alucard. Yes, you have to encounter the librarian, and then you also have to get lucky and have Dracula appear. So there's a lot of RNG with it, Beast. But yes, Dracula will, can and will murder the librarian in the last level of Castlevania stuff for Dead Cells. Great game. Really liked it a lot. Okay, Castlevania the arcade game. This game took me 9 hours to get working. It was a nightmare to get working, but it's a rail shooter, and I only did one stream of it, and it is fun. Oh wait, I don't know. I can't rank it. I can't rank it higher than some of the games on the B rank list there. Imagine if House of the Dead had a baby with Castlevania. This is what you would have. There are only like 3 or 4 units of this game in all of North America, so the chances of you actually like coming across one of the actual units and playing it is super rare. Though my fucking friend Save Slots, I'm not going to say where he lives, but he stumbled across one in an arcade. There's a famous one up in Chicago, I think, in an arcade called the Galloping Ghost. But this was very fun. This was very well made. And this would have been great for like a Wii game or a PS3 Mote, Wiimote, whatever the PS3 motion controller thing was called. I really enjoyed this, and I'm really glad that I think it was about 2 years ago that people figured out a way to get it to run on modern computers. If you want to play this, and if you need some help setting it up, please reach out to me personally, and I can direct you and help you set it up so that you don't spend 9 hours trying to get it to work. There's some really good YouTube tutorials out there, but they all kind of have some issues, and I kind of had to pull from all 3 of them to get it to work for me, at least. But Castlevania the arcade game, you have 3 characters. You have a Belmont character. He's just called the Vampire Hunter. You have a chick with guns. She's called Lady Gunner. And then you have like this little demon sorceress, who I guess is kind of like Carrie or Sypha, in that she's just kind of like a little sorceress going around stuff. But that's a really good game, and I liked it. But yeah, Castlevania meets House of the Dead. That's what that is. Okay, now we get to the mobile phone games. The first mobile phone game is Castlevania Order of... Fuck, what is the name of this game? Order of Shadows. Order of Shadows. This is the only original Java phone game, like pre-smartphone game. All the other ones are like ports of other things. I thought this game was going to be truly awful, and I thought I was going to hate it. It actually wasn't too bad. It was kind of impressive on a technical level for the time, and I kind of had fun with it. It was really short. I don't think there's any reason for anyone to really play this unless you're really into Castlevania, so I'm giving it a C ranking. But yeah, I was prepared to hate that, but like Legends and Dracula X, I found it kind of mediocre, yet kind of impressive in a technical sense. Order of Shadows. Alright, the next ones I have to explain some stuff. This is where shit gets weird, okay? So, there are 3 different versions of Castlevania 1 on mobile Java phones in the pre-smartphone era, okay? There's what's known as version 1, version 2, and version 3, all right? Version 1 no longer exists. It's lost media, okay? It was released only in Japan, and so far it has never been dumped. So it is currently considered lost media. There was no way for me to play it. There are screenshots and old websites that have information about it that you can find, but as far as a playable ROM, there's not one out there. And believe me, I looked for over a year to try to find something, going through various online Castlevania groups and forums, and there's practically nothing out there about version 1 of Castlevania Java Phone. Java, the second version, this is very confusing. There are 2 versions of version 2. There's a low quality version 2 and a high quality version 2. In addition to that, version 2 was sold 3 separate ways. Okay, you could buy the first pack, which is just levels 1 and 2, the second pack that is levels 3 and 4, and the third pack that is levels 5 and 6 for both the low and high quality version. The low quality version 2, levels 1 through 4, you can find and play. Levels 5 and 6 of the low quality version are also considered lost media. Okay, so you can't actually play the last 2 levels of version 2 low quality. Of the high quality version 2, only the first 2 levels are available. The other 2 levels, or the other 4 levels, levels 3 through 6, are considered lost media. Version 2 low quality was unpleasant and unenjoyable, and I do not like it. The high quality version 2 I actually quite liked a lot, and I'm gonna put that here on the S tier. Version low quality version 2, even though there were more levels, it was very poorly designed. It has no music. It doesn't look good. This looks good. This wait, I think this version might have music. I can't remember if I don't think it does. I think this version has music. I played these just a few months ago. I should know that. But yeah, I actually like the high quality version 2, even though there was only 2 levels of this. But this one, which had 4 levels, I just thought it was just like yeah. It's not as awful as the Amiga port, but like this would be an F plus, this would be an F, this would be an F minus if we were giving pluses and minuses. Then we have the third version, the third Java port of Castlevania 1, which apparently was only released in China. Okay, this is a complete game. It has all 6 levels. All the sprites are completely redrawn, and it actually plays pretty good. I actually did this one deathless, I think, twice. I actually think that this is a pretty good port of Castlevania 1. And I am going to actually put this as a B-ranked game. Yes, I think this is better than Legends. I think this is better than Dracula X. It was fun. I had fun with it. But yeah, that's version 3 of the Java ports. Now we get to the newest Castlevania game, a Castlevania game that came out just a few months ago, Haunted Castle Revisited, which was included in the Dominus collection with the DS games. This game is amazing. This game is great. They took Haunted Castle and they made it better. They made it into a better game. It was really, really good. You could tell they had the same people that worked on Adventure Rebirth working on this, because it came from M2. So I'm sure some of those devs were still there. Adventure. This was the whole reason I bought the Dominus collection day one, and I have to say, this is all I played for like 2 weeks in like my off-stream time. This is really good, and I think that even though the Dominus collection is all about the DS games, for fans of Classicvanias, you need to play this. You need to play Haunted Castle Revisited. It is really good, and I'm going to give this game, what did we gave Haunted Castle a C. I'm giving this an A. I'm giving Haunted Castle Revisited an A. It is really good. The last boss fight is unlike anything I've ever seen in a Castlevania before. I don't want to say what it is, but it's a really unique fight, and it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. I've done this deathless on both normal and hard mode, but the last boss fight is pretty tough. But I think the Dominus collection is worth it for this alone. I mean, it's a new Castlevania, even though it's technically a remake. But yes, check out Haunted Castle Revisited. Yeah, that's why I bought Dominus too. I would have bought Dominus anyway, Professor, but when I saw that it had like a remake of Haunted Castle, that's why I bought it like immediately. All right, the next one we have is the mobile Java port. Yes, we're back to mobile games. The mobile Java port of Aria of Sorrow. And originally, I was not going to play these, the mobile ports of Aria and Dawn, but my friend Suki Zero kept bringing them up. So I looked a little bit into them, and I actually saw that they were pretty drastically different ports. And the fact that there's a mobile phone port of Dawn of Sorrow that looks and plays really good, granted a lot of the content is cut out, is pretty impressive. The port of Aria, I actually had fun with it. Now it's Aria of Sorrow scaled down tremendously, and it certainly is not even comparable, I think, to the GBA version of Aria.
Of course.
But it's still pretty good. Daily Necromancer lore. Necromancers tend to not be outgoing. They are often the death of the party. So the Aria port, cell phone port, I think is a very much a C-tier Castlevania. And the Dawn, it still blows my mind that Dawn of, and the Dawn of Sorrow port here has the whole sigil sealing stuff. A lot of content's been cut out. Like in Aria, the game ends with Graham. You can't go on to fight Chaos. Dawn also has a lot of stuff cut out, but Dawn of Sorrow looks really good and it plays really well, and it functions a lot better than this. Hi Ramses, how are you? Let's get a shout out for Professor Ramses. Professor Ramses is here. So Dawn of Sorrow, the mobile phone port. I mean, if you play Dawn of Sorrow, you need to play the DS version. That's the real version. But if you like Dawn of Sorrow a lot, and if you want to see it presented in a slightly different way, play this. I'm giving this a B ranking because it is better than the Aria of Sorrow port, and it has clearly a lot of love, a lot of hard work put into it. So I'm gonna put that there. Okay, our last collab on the list is Dead by Daylight Castlevania. I did not include V Rising on this list because you don't play as a actual Castlevania character in that. You kill one, but you don't play as one. So I didn't include that one. And then there was the whole new Vampire Survivor thing that came out like just a few days ago. I didn't include that because honestly, I'm ready to play some other things. I will play Vampire Survivors at some point, but I was just ready to play some new things. This was my first time ever playing Dead by Daylight, and I thought the Castlevania content stuff was really well done. I enjoyed playing as Dracula. I enjoyed playing as Trevor. I didn't know much about Dead by Daylight, so I was at first surprised to see that there were so many different skins of different characters, like Maria and Leon and Simon. And then I realized, oh wait, this is how Dead by Daylight makes their money. They make their money by selling you $10 to $15 skins of different characters. But I still think that like a lot of quality went into it, and it was really cool to see, and I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was very fun. We're down to our last 3 games, and the next one is Castlevania Symphony of the Night for the Gamecom. Now the big question is this a D or an F? Is this a D or an F? This is an unreleased game and it's playable all the way up until Dracula. Like, you can finish it. It is technically unfinished, and it was not released, and it's for the Gamecom, and it's actually like, it's very technically impressive, but it was not fun to play. The music was horrible. I mean, granted, the music wasn't working correctly, but there's not a lot of information on there about how to emulate Gamecom stuff and how to get it to emulate perfectly. This one's tough. Do I give this a D or an F? I don't ever want to fucking play this again. It was neat. It's very neat, and I tip my hat. If I wore hats, I tip my hat to the programmers. But no, I don't ever want to fucking play this again. So that's an F rank. That's an F rank. I actually had people like tell me in the stream, I'm leaving the stream because this is unbearable. Like, I've never had anyone tell me that. I've never had anyone say, I'm leaving your stream because the game you are playing is unbearable. So I think by virtue of that alone, I think we give an F to the Gamecom port of Symphony of the Night. It is really neat from a technical perspective, and again, the programmers that pulled this off, if you guys are listening or watching, like that is mad respect. But the Gamecom is just simply a console that should not have existed in the first place. So yeah, everyone needs to play some version of Symphony of the Night at some point in their life. Don't play this version though. All right, the second to last game on our list is actually the second Castlevania game ever made, which is Vampire Killer on the MSX2. And I wanted the real Vampire Killer experience, so I bought an MSX2. If you don't know what an MSX2 is, it is basically the Japanese counterpart of the Commodore 64. It was a series of microcomputers in Japan that were actually somehow connected to Microsoft. Like, I think Microsoft did all the software work for the MSX2 structure. I know they weren't involved in the hardware business. But Vampire Killer was being developed at the same time that Castlevania 1 for the Famicom disc system was, because originally this was a disc system game, not an outright NES cartridge game. This came out like a month or two after the Famicom Castlevania, though. This is very different than Castlevania 1. It has 6 stages, and each stage kind of corresponds to the NES stage, but it's much more of a Metroidvania kind of thing. You have to explore the areas, and you can go back and forth. You can you have to find keys to unlock doors to proceed further into the castle. You have to find items. There are merchants. There are different weapons you can use. And it was a really, really neat experience. The Dracula fight at the end is very different than Dracula in the NES. This game is mean in the fact that you don't get any continues, and there are no ways to get a 1-up in this game. There are no extra lives in this game. So points, 1-up items, none of that, right? You get 2 extra lives, and that's it. I thought I would not be able to beat this game, and yet I ended up beating both loops of the game at some point, deathless. Well, I take that back. I did beat the game on stream doing both loops. I think I took 1 death on the first loop, and then on the second loop I took no deaths. But then after the stream, I did a recording for my YouTube channel where I played through the first loop with no deaths. I really liked Vampire Killer. I liked it a lot more than I thought I would. And I would really like to see Konami include this in some kind of collection. It's already in English. Like the little bit of text that's in the game, other than like the intro text, because I was playing the Japanese version. Other than like the logo, like all the text is in English. And this game was also released in Europe, and my understanding is that the logo in Europe is in English. So Konami could easily like re-release this in some sort of future Castlevania collection, and I really hope they do because I would like more people to play this. I was actually talking to a streamer friend who's very into Castlevania, and she's never played this one, and I made the offer. I'm like, you know, if you ever want to borrow my MSX2 to play this game, just let me know. Which will be interesting to see if I'm ever taken up on that offer, because that would just be interesting. But yeah, Vampire Killer. The big question is here is, do I like it more than Castlevania 1? That's hard. That's hard to say. I've been playing Castlevania 1 for almost 40 years, and yet I only played Vampire Killer for the first time like a month or two ago. I'm gonna give this an A ranking. I really liked Vampire Killer. It was similar to both Castlevania 1, but also very differently. And in a lot of ways, it is the first Metroidvania. It has a map you can kind of explore, though you're limited. Once you kill a boss, for example, you can't go back to like a previous stage, but you do have a certain amount of you know, it is non-linear in that you can explore the stages that you're in. But I think Vampire Killer deserves an A ranking. Hey Fable, what's going on? Let me get caught up on chat. Again, I might be missing some comments. I'm sorry if I do miss some comments here. The Nokia N-Gage. What is on the Nokia N-Gage to play? Let me give Fable a shout out. Welcome Fable. Welcome to the last Castlevania Monday. We're ranking all the Castlevania, all 61 Castlevania games I've played over the last 3.5 years on Mondays. Well, the last game to rank here is Castlevania Symphony of the Night, the original North American PlayStation version. There doesn't need to be any real discussion as to why this game is going where it goes. It's going here. It is an S tier game. I don't know if I like this version more than the PlayStation 4 version. Where's the PlayStation 4 version's right here. This has less content than the PlayStation 4 and Saturn version, and yet it has the iconic dub. I think the colors look better than they do on the PlayStation 4 version. I mean, for a lot of people, this is the first way we played Symphony of the Night, and Symphony of the Night is, you know, constantly cited as one of the greatest games of all time. It's easy as S-tier rank. Oh, I absolutely did play Judgment, Fable. I did. Look where I put Judgment. Where did I put Judgment? Yeah, Judgment's right here. I beat Judgment with every character on True Ending. Not just beat it, you know, beat it normally. I got everyone's True Ending on Judgment. And look what is lower ranked than Judgment, Fable. Judgment got a C. Lords of Shadow got an F. Hey, Kron. Hey, Dragons. What's up? What's up? How are you? But yeah, so we're gonna do something here before we move on to our second tier rank, where I'm going to rank Belmonts. We're going to add a row above. We're gonna make it purple. Oh wait, no, I made another one purple. We'll keep you as red. We're going to make you purple. And we're going to call this Sarzac's Top 5. So these are my top 5 Castlevania games. They're coming directly from the S tier ranks. So, Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse, North American version. Lament of Innocence. Legacy of Darkness. Adventure Rebirth. This is between some version of Symphony of the Night and Order of Ecclesia. I did count the mobile games. Yeah. Here's one of the mobile games. Here's some more of the mobile games. Mobile game. Yeah, all the mobile games are accounted for. And look, the Gamecom version of Symphony of the Night is accounted for. Certainly the mobile games are here. What is my fifth one here? What is my fifth one? We're going to say a PlayStation 4 version of Symphony of the Night. It's got a bunch of stuff that was cut out of this one. This one has the horrifically enjoyable dub. This one has a super boring vanilla dub. But this one has stuff like the fairy singing, and it's got a whole bunch of other stuff that was cut out. The Saturn version has the better Maria, but the Saturn version doesn't look as good and has some really unpleasant slowdowns and stuff. I really like Ecclesia. If it was a top 6, Ecclesia would be right there, but these are my top 5. Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse, Lament of Innocence, Legacy of Darkness, Adventure Rebirth, and the PlayStation 4 version of Castlevania 4. So yeah, so that is our Castlevania tier ranking. 61 games over the span of 3.5 years. The only games here I never want to play again are Lords of Shadow 1, the Amiga port of Castlevania 1, the version 2 low quality Java port, and the Gamescom Symphony of the Night port. Let me preface it by saying Lords of Shadow again has amazing production value and a great story. I hate the gameplay in that game. I love the story of Gabriel Belmont. And I don't hate Lords of Shadow because I gave the other 2 games B's, right? So I don't hate I just don't like the way this game plays. I don't like the fact that it doesn't know what kind of game it wants to be, and it's sometimes very boring with oh look, I've been climbing walls for 30 minutes with no enemies. This is exciting. These games here, I dislike Adventure a lot. Why did I not give that an F rank? The first 2 levels are nice, and some of the music is nice, and I gave it a little bit of a... It was one of the first Game Boy games, so they were figuring out the tech. Kid Dracula, I don't ever want to play those again. There's no reason to play the Commodore 64 version. But yeah, I think this sums up things pretty well. Yeah. I liked Lords of Shadow 2. I liked Lords of Shadow 2 a lot. It did things I wanted Lords of Shadow 1 to do. I wanted Lords of Shadow 1 to be open world and give me some ability to explore. Plus, Lords of Shadow 2 has like one of the best death fights ever. I mean, Patrick Stewart is deaf, and he's yelling about exterminating the Belmonts. Like, if you don't ever plan to play Lords of Shadow 2, at least do me a favor and go watch the death fight on YouTube. It's incredible. Thank you for the lurk, Samus. Thank you. Yeah, I would rather play Adventure for the rest of my life than to go through Lords of Shadow 1 again. I would, no question there. All right, let's switch to our second tier ranking. It looks like I am going to finish early tonight, so I'll probably play some Castlevania after we're done with the tier ranking. What Castlevania I play, we'll just have to see. But here's our second tier rank. And you can see that there's a lot less here than the previous tier ranking where we were ranking games. Now we're going to rank Belmonts. Now we're going to rank Belmonts, and we've got all of them. We've got Leon, Trevor, Christopher, Soleil, or Soleil, whatever, Simon, Juice, Richter, John Morris, Jonathan Morris, Julius, Sonia, Desmond, Reinhardt Snyder, Gabriel, Trevor and Simon from Lords of Shadow, Victor from Lords of Shadow, and Simon from Captain N. So let's start. This is easy. This is very easy. Leon Belmont is best Belmont. He might have only one game and a cameo and a few other things. Leon Belmont is best Belmont. Like, that's an objective fact. Leon is best Belmont. Trevor Belmont. Trevor Belmont is a fucking badass. Trevor Belmont is also S tier. I'm not a big fan of the Netflixvania, but I honestly do also kind of like the way he's depicted in Netflixvania. But like canonical Trevor Belmont is a badass, and I like Trevor a lot. Leon is in Lament of Innocence, which is one of the PlayStation 2 games. Professor, if you have a PS3 sitting around, you can buy it digitally still for like $10, unless it was like recently delisted. Next up, we have Christopher Belmont. Christopher is our Belmont from. Well, I should say what they're in, right? I should say what they're in. Leon is from Lament of Innocence, which is one of the PlayStation 2 games. No, Alucard's not considered a Belmont. I could have done Protagonist Fable, and I almost did, but that would have made the list like twice the size that it is now, and I didn't know if we were going to have enough time for that, so I decided to just keep it to the Belmonts. Alucard would be S tier, though, definitely. But yeah, Leon is only in Lament of Innocence. Canonically, he's the first Belmont. And he's just really cool. I love Leon's character. Trevor Belmont, of course, is the main Belmont from Castlevania 3. He's the first Belmont to defeat Dracula. Canonically, Leon never faces Dracula. There's big story spoilers. I don't want to say more than that. But Trevor, Castlevania 3, also appears as a supporting character in Curse of Darkness and Grimoire of Souls. Trevor's a badass. I love Trevor. All right, Christopher Belmont. Christopher Belmont appears in Castlevania The Adventure, Belmont's Revenge, and the remake Adventure Rebirth. And he is the first Belmont to defeat Dracula by himself on 2 occasions. He doesn't kill Dracula twice. He thinks he kills Dracula at the end of Castlevania The Adventure, but Dracula tricks him and flees the battle. But he does defeat Dracula twice. Christopher, I think, is one of the lesser known Belmonts that are technically canonical Belmonts. And I'm going to say that Christopher, he's a badass, but he's just not as well known. I'm going to say Christopher is an A-ranked Belmont. I like Christopher, and I wish there was more stuff that gave Christopher attention. Christopher's a good character. Now, his son Soyel Belmont, who was so weak that he allowed Dracula to like control him and manipulate him and take him over. Soyel sucks. He's an F-rank Belmont. Fuck him. He is such a bad Belmont that his entire history is kept secret from the succeeding generations of Belmonts. Okay, that's how bad of a Belmont Christopher's son is. Okay, so we're going from the father's A rank, the son is F rank. Sorry. I also really don't like that boss fight. It's easy once you know what to do, but I don't like that boss fight. Simon Belmont. Do I really need to say anything about Simon? Simon is S tier. Simon Belmont is the Belmont. I like Leon more, but come on, Simon Belmont is the OG. Simon is the OG. Juiced. Man, it really looks like Alucard cosplaying a Belmont. I really like the magic stuff, and I actually really kind of like the story written between him, Maxim, and I forget the female lover's name. His design is boring, though. Juiced is a B-rank Belmont. He's just basically a kid that just isn't able to stand up to Dracula, and he gets corrupted. There's not too much story with Soyel. Yeah, he's a B rank. He's not as cool as Christopher. He's Alucard cosplaying as a. He's a C rank. No. My next opinion is going to upset some people. Richter's C rank. I don't like Richter. I like playing as Richter. Richter's fun to play as. But, you know, Richter also fucks up. Richter fucks up, which is why the Belmont clan has to disappear for, like, a century or two. I don't like Richter's design. I don't like his design. He's fun to play as in certain games. But, yeah, Richter's an S-tier Belmont for me. I get when I play the games that he's in, I get more excited about playing as Maria than I do Richter. How does he fuck up? He allows Shaft to possess him.
Thank you.
That leads to all kind of problems. Sheriff Ram, thank you. Sheriff, thank you for the 1 year 1 year of subscription. Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate that a lot. Sheriff, we are ranking Belmonts. We are ranking Belmonts because this is my last Castlevania Monday stream. We are done. I have played 61 Castlevania games over the last 3.5 years, and I just ranked all the games. And now we're ranking Belmonts. So I've already made a pretty controversial decision by putting Richter as a C-level Belmont. Yeah. John Morris. Boy, there's nothing really to say about John Morris, is there? There really isn't. He really doesn't have any kind of personality that we get to see. And he's just kind of like, hi, I'm John. I'm the traditional Belmont character. Also, this game takes place in like during World War I. So like, why is he wearing like the Seinfeld puffy shirt? Like, why is he wearing the Seinfeld puffy pirate shirt thing? This takes place in World War I, not during the 18th century. Like, why is he wearing that? He is from Texas. And look, I don't live in Texas, but I am Texan born. So you know what? Fuck it. The power of Texas makes him a B. I was going to give him a C, but then I remembered one thing. Texas. He's the son of Quincy Morris. Yeah, he's the son of Quincy Morris. Because Bloodlines is weird in that it tries to make like the Dracula novel by Bram Stoker canonical. All right, Jonathan. Jonathan's kind of a brat. But you know, there's some growth in Jonathan's character. Jonathan's fun. I have to make Jonathan an A rank Belmont, even though they're technically Belmont cousins. All right, Julius. Jonathan is a sub, Charlotte is a dom. Well, I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that though. Nothing wrong with being a sub. Julius. The only Belmont with a beard, the only Belmont to permanently kill Dracula, and a Belmont that I share the same year I was born in. Julius and I, we have the same birth year. Dude is a fucking S tier. Julius mode in Dawn of Sorrow is legitimately like one of my favorite Castlevania things ever, too. Julius is a definite S tier Belmont. Like, hands down. We need the Julius Belmont game. We need the Julius Belmont game. Okay, Sonia Belmont. Sonia Belmont's a tragedy. I gave Sonia Belmont's games Castlevania Legends, which is the Castlevania equivalent of a McDonald's cheeseburger, in that it's just mediocre and will just satisfy you on the most primitive level. And then her other game was a canceled Dreamcast game. Man, she has not been treated well. And I'm glad that her backstory was retconned, because originally she was the first Belmont, and it implies that she and Alucard shack up and have babies, and that would mean that the babies, you know, are descended from Dracula. Like Dracula is their grandpa. I think this character has a lot of promise and potential, though. I think you could really do something cool with Sonia. And I want to see them revisit Sonya's character and try to do something with her. But she's kind of held down by the games that she's been in. I think Sonya is a B rank with the potential to be an A rank Belmont. Maybe even an S tier rank Belmont. But Sonya, as she is now, I think Sonya is a B tier Belmont. Okay. Desmond Belmont. D is for Desmond. Desmond Belmont is the Belmont from the Order of Shadows mobile phone game. There isn't anything interesting to say about him other than he looks like a demon or a vampire. D is for Desmond. I don't know what to say about Desmond other than, oh yeah, he was in a mobile game. Reinhardt Snyder. Okay, I like Reinhardt a lot. He's from the 264 games. Reinhardt's a B. Reinhardt's a B. He's only in the 264 games. He's my least favorite character to play as, but he's got this great scene where he confronts Death, and Death kills somebody in front of him that's very special to him, and it's a really, really good scene. Yeah, I think Reinhardt is a B. I'd like to see more with the Castlevania 64 characters. Reinhardt's a solid B. All right, Gabriel Belmont. This is going to surprise a lot of you, considering where I ranked Lords of Shadow 1 as an F tier game. This is actually going to surprise a lot of you. Gabriel is an A tier Belmont. I love the story of Gabriel Belmont through the Lords of Shadows trilogy. I think he's a fascinating, really cool character. And his story, I mean, they give it a proper closure, right? It has a proper closing at the end of Lords of Shadow 2, and it's a very just fun ride watching what happens to Gabriel over the course of those 3 games. I really dislike the way Lords of Shadow 1 plays a lot. I really dislike it. But Gabriel's story and his character is a really, really good character, and he's really fun he's fun to play as much fun as I can have in the first Lords of Shadow. But, he's in 2 other games that I actually do like a lot. So, but I think Gabriel is a very, very cool one. All right, Trevor from Lords of Shadow, who, if you don't know, is also Alucard. This character never really did anything for me. It felt like, I don't know, I just... The character really just kind of existed as a character to explore stuff going on with Gabriel's psychology. This character never really stood on his own in any way. He's very forgettable, I think. Now we have Simon from Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate, and I would say he's also a C tier Belmont. But the fact that he sounds like Groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons, like he has the most exaggerated, terrible Scottish accent. Like you can clearly tell that it's not a real Scottish person voicing Simon from Mirror of Fate. You can tell it's an American trying to do a Scottish accent, and it's bad. He goes where Desmond goes. I do not like this depiction of Simon Belmont. Yes, he really is, Ryu. He really is. Thankfully, Simon Belmont, Lords of Shadow, only appears in Mirror of Fate. Sounds like Fat Bastard. A little bit more angry. Fat Bastard is kind of jolly. This guy is always angry. Okay, and then there's Victor Belmont. Victor Belmont is a supporting character in Lords of Shadow 2. You don't play as him. You actually have to fight him. But he's like the Belmont living in the present day, because Lords of Shadow 2 takes place in the present, and Victor Originally, Castlevania Resurrections, the canceled Dreamcast game, it was going to have another Belmont in it named Victor Belmont, who would exist in the 19th century. Like, this game was supposed to have time travel involved, but I don't think they ever actually programmed the stuff with Victor. I think they only got stuff programmed with Sonia in it. I actually like this character from what we see of him, and I kind of want to see more of him. I thought he was interesting for the limited amount of time that he's in the game, so I'm going to give him a B rank. I think he's interesting. I wouldn't mind a Lord of Shadows spinoff that maybe explores him a little bit more. And that's where Captain N, Simon Belmont, belongs. I hate that version of Simon Belmont. I remember watching Captain N for the first time and just thinking the same thing that Don Corleone thought. Look how they massacred my boy. Look how they massacred my boy. Look how they massacred my boy. Oh my God, what? I look back on Captain N sometimes with certain fondness. And then I always like get pulled out of that like nostalgia cloud whenever like Mega Man or Simon Belmont, Captain N, like appear. Dracula's not too bad in Captain N. Dr. Wily is pretty well portrayed in Captain N. There's some characters in Captain N that are actually pretty close to their actual counterparts. Wily's pretty good. Dracula's pretty good. I never understood why King Hippo is blue. Like, that always bothered me. It's like, why is King Hippo blue? Like, why is he blue? Like, he's Polynesian, right? Why is he blue? Captain N made me just like, oh, really? Yeah, Dr. Light has like sideburns in Captain N, but other than that, he acts like Dr. Light. He's pretty good. Pretty good. I like the Zelda. Well, the Zelda and Link are really the Zelda and Link from the Zelda show. Zelda, I think, shows more skin in Captain N. Yeah, Mother Brain Captain N is just a completely different character, like this Simon in the Mega Man, but I don't know. I really dislike this depiction of Simon Belmont. Have any of you ever watched the Mary Tyler Moore Show? Any of you ever maybe watched that when it was in syndication? Simon in Captain N reminds me of Ted Baxter, the Anchorman character from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I wonder if he was done as like a parody of Ted Baxter. Which, I mean, given the age of the show, you know, it's not that far-fetched, right? Those deep cartoons were filled with like references to like much older pop culture stuff than what the kids watching them at the time would have caught on. So I've always wondered if that was supposed to be like a parody of the Ted Baxter character, but I don't know. But yeah, okay, let's review this. All right, Leon, Trevor, Simon, and Julius are S tier. That checks out. Christopher, Jonathan, and Gabriel are A tier. Juiced, John, Sonia, Reinhardt, and Victor are B tier. I think this is my most controversial placement here, is Richter as an S tier. I'm sorry, as a C tier, but then you also have Trevor from Lords of Shadow, which I think that's appropriate. I see how this one's very controversial, but I'm just not a Richter fan. I am just not a Richter fan. Desmond Belmont, Belmont, he belongs here. Simon belongs here. This guy fucked up so bad that he belongs here. This is the only official art of Sewell Belmont, by the way. There is no other official art of this character. This is what Konami thought of this character. We need a sketch of him for the Game Boy manual. Get someone to do it. Don't pay them more than $15. This character isn't worth it. This is Sewell Belmont. He is the secondary antagonist of Belmont's Revenge. He is the son of Christopher that is corrupted by Dracula, and you have to fight him at the end right before you fight Dracula. To be fair, he is like a kid. He's like 16, 17 years old, but he fucks up so badly that his entire existence is hidden from all subsequent Belmonts. Like, nobody speaks about this guy. Nobody speaks about this guy. And then there's Captain N, Simon, which maybe I should have other versions of Simon, like red-haired Simon, or Simon from Judgment. There's so many different versions of Simon, like Haunted Castle Simon. It's like, oh boy, it's Haunted Castle Simon Belmont. He's in no hurry to go take a massive shit. Like, that's how he walks. He looks like he has to go poop somewhere. But yeah, so that's my tier ranking for this. What do you guys disagree with here on this Belmont tier ranking? Tell me what you disagree with. I want to hear what I want to hear some thoughts that others might have here. What are some big disagreements that when you see my Belmont list that you're like, nope, I disagree with this Sarzac? Leon and Trevor are S. Jonathan, okay. Why do you think Jonathan should be S tier? Sword Saint, what do you like about him? Shinoa is S tier, but she's not a Belmont. That's why she's not on here. Judgment Simon is B tier. He looks good. Oh boy, that's a hot take, Pig Knight. That's a hot take. Then you get the real greatest five there. Pizza Maid says Richter. Sewell is in Vampire Survivors. Is he really? I did not know that. Wow, they really have included everybody then. Captain N should be lower than F. I would bump Richter up a tier, maybe Sewell up a tier. Not sure how much it's his fault. No, I'm pretty sure it's not his fault. It's not his fault, but he still fucked up pretty badly. Richter fucked up too. I hold that against them. At least Sewell had like the excuse of being a kid that had never faced Dracula. This dude had already fucking killed Dracula. Richter has one of my favorite Castlevania moves though. He has Hydrostorm. You know what? Hydrostorm is bumping Richter up. I'll bump Richter up just because of Hydrostorm. Just because Hydrostorm it's literally a beat a boss button. But Richter certainly does not deserve to be in the S or A tier rank as far as I'm concerned. With no Richter, we wouldn't have Maria. I think Juice should be A tier though. His story wasn't the most exciting. He was level-headed as a Belmont. I just I don't know. It's his appearance that gets me, Amy. He just looks way too much like Alucard. Like, why can't there be a bald Belmont? Like, I'm not bald in real life, but why can't there be a bald Belmont? Why could Juice not have been like the bald Belmont? There should totally be a bald Belmont. It should totally be juiced. Get rid of... In fact, yes, let's assume he's bald and that he just borrowed a wig from Alucard. Let's assume that. as Larry David would say, we need some bald representation here. Imagine if Julius was bald. He has the facial hair, but he's bald. He would look like Hammer. He would look like Hammer. Jonathan and Charlotte take on the most powerful Dracula today. They're not experienced. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Richter is reckless. Yeah. Juiced is just too plain. We relate to him. We're boring. I'm not boring. You're boring. I'm not boring. No, Amy's not boring either. Richter should be lower on the Richter scale. Okay, now let's go back over to this tier list. What are some big things that you disagree with here? Remember, my top 5 is just an extension of the S tier rank. Okay, it's not like a separate one. These are just, I just like these more than these. But what are some big things that you guys disagree with on this list? Remember, the collabs are just here because they're collabs. I actually thought all 4 of these were lovely collabs, and did the Castlevania IP good justice. I want to play Vampire Survivor. It's just I want to play some other things. I'm a little tired of Castlevania after 61 games in 3.5 years. You have an emote idea with a bald juiced? Oh no. I think Hammer should be playable. Have him playable. Make him like Grant, to where he can like climb on walls and stuff. Except instead of like throwing like daggers and stuff, he has like a gun. Like do that. Like Hammer would be really cool if he had been playable. Castlevania 1 is C tier. Ooh. Why do you say that, Pig Knight? What are some other big disagreements here? Talking about making Professor Rad playable. You can get power-ups from candles. Plays like Contraman, like a shotgun. Yeah, do something like that. And just to make him closer to Grant, let's just say that like his default weapon is a dagger. He throws a dagger, but he can get like power-ups that replace it with different kind of guns. I think that could be fun. It's not like that kind of stuff is unheard of in Konami games. In Contra Hardcore, you fight like a cyborg version of Simon Belmont if you go a certain path. Vampire Killer even plays during the battle. But no other nitpicks with the rest of this list. Oh, I forgot to say this about Simon. Not only is he the OG, this is a dude that killed Dracula and then found out that Dracula had placed a curse on him. So goes through all the trouble of resurrecting Dracula just to fucking murder Dracula again. So you thought this curse was going to kill me, didn't you, Dracula? You didn't count on me actually resurrecting your sorry ass just to kill you again, did you? Like, OG Simon is fucking Chad. I love OG Simon. Strongly disagree with Juice. That is fine. I know there's some people like Ark. Ark was in here earlier, and Ark mentioned how much he likes Juiced and Dissonance. I get that. Could argue Castlevania 1 to S tier, but A is good too. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like people, you know, people like what they like. They dislike what they dislike. Just because I really dislike Lords of Shadow, I would never go out of my way to like shit on it to somebody telling me, oh, I really like it. Because I can understand why somebody would really like it. I personally didn't, but if somebody, and I've had several people tell me they really like the game, and I don't share that view, but you know, it's a subjective view. I'm not going to attack somebody because, you know, they like something that I dislike. You know, and I recognize its placement is probably controversial here because it has such a very, very good production value to it. Whereas these two here are abominable. This is a very technically interesting feat, but it still doesn't mean it's good gameplay. And the gameplay here I don't enjoy. But like, you know, like a lot of people mentioned, this is trying to be Shadow of the Colossus and God of War. Franchises I never personally got into myself. But yeah, yeah, thank you for that comment, Ryu. I appreciate that a lot. Symphony of the Night is B tier. I have heard that a lot. Why is it B tier, Pig Knight? Why is it B tier? It definitely is not the most balanced of the Metroidvanias. Aria is better balanced. Hell, Portrait better balanced. Dawn better balanced. But I think Symphony of the Night has a certain level of gravitas that the other games don't have. It's the overall presentation of the game that I'm kind of considering, and I think Symphony just through that overall presentation, even though it doesn't necessarily win in game balance, I think it does win everywhere else, if that makes sense. Is Haunted Castle Haunted Castle Revisited is A tier. I really liked it a lot. It's not as hard or is not as challenging as Adventure Rebirth, but I really liked Revisited. Okay, Ramses, why is Castlevania 4 C tier? I want to hear these reasons. Like, you guys have been listening to my reasonings all night. I'm curious about y'all's. Yeah, and that's something I actually pointed out the other night, Beast Hunter. You know, once you get through like the first 2 or 3 areas of the inverted castle, the difficulty just it becomes almost nothing. With a couple exceptions, you know, Beelzebub can be difficult. Garamoth is a super boss, though you can cheese him, as I did. But yeah, by and large, most of the inverted castle gets pretty easy pretty quickly. Amy thinks Symphony of the Night is B tier as well. Dracula X Chronicles, is it? Yeah, it's A tier, Professor. I like that one a lot. Which it was funny. I don't. Whenever Dot had me on her Castlevania thing, I'm just like, okay, so I like this game a lot. Where do you rank this, Dot? And she's just like, honestly, this is probably my least favorite game on this entire list. And I'm like, more than Legends? And she's like, yeah, more than Legends. See, that's the thing, Cheetah. It reshaped the franchise, but by and large, I prefer the earlier Classicvanias over the Metroidvanias. Symphony of the Night kind of made the Metroidvanias like the standard, with some exceptions after that. But I just think Symphony is one of those just amazing games. Would bump Haunted Castle up to a B. Really enjoying the jank and meta. Okay. I feel like it was a step down gameplay-wise from Castlevania 3. Simple things like the screen not scrolling in vertical stages when Vania 3 did that. Yeah. And yes, I didn't mention that, Ramses, but yes, Castlevania 4 is too long. It needs like 2 stages removed or condensed. There's just it's too long of a game. What is the Castlevania game to the left of Dawn of Sorrow? Oh, that's Versus Castlevania, which is an arcade game that is basically just Castlevania 1 on the NES, except it's harder. You take more damage, you have less time. I think some of the candles are differently. They might not be, I can't remember. But it's basically just hard mode for Castlevania 1. Other than that, there's no recognizable difference. You can play this. Arcade Archives has this released on PlayStation consoles. I think for just a few dollars if you want to play classic. If you want to play Versus Castlevania. You hate Dracula's Curse. Oh, that is That is my favorite Castlevania, my favorite NES game. I love this game so much. You know, I've done a lot of these games deathless. I have not done the North American version of Castlevania 3 deathless.
Thank you.
I've done the Japanese version of it deathless recently, but not the North American one. Amy, thank you for the gifted subs to.
Thank you.
Arcinius is the Neon, and Kanisha Nico, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you. That's very appreciative. If you got gifted subs, please follow my dear friend Amy. She's awesome and amazing. Thank you for that, Amy. Okay, Cheetah, can I tell a Castlevania story that you and I share? Can I tell a story? It involves Dracula X. If you know what this is, and if you don't want me to tell this story, I won't tell this story. First loop of Castlevania 3 is okay. Oh, I've never really seriously tried second loop of Castlevania 3. I have not done that. Simon's Quest is so for me. I mean, it's not. That's interesting that you say that, Capper. And it was Simon's Quest is the game where I found you playing on Twitch some 3 years ago. Okay. All right, so Hungriest Cheetah here is a very dear friend of mine. Very, very dear friend, very close friend. I saw him the other day at the family wedding. Like, that's how important he is that he was at the family wedding. He dealt with some tough stuff from a hurricane a few years ago, and as a dear friend, I did what I needed to do as a friend to help him out in a time of need. Very long time ago. He and another friend were over, and we were playing Super Nintendo games, and I was letting him play Dracula X on the Super Nintendo. And thank you for the head pats. And Cheetah got so mad with Dracula X that he kind of threw one of my controllers down. And like, as soon as he threw it down, he like looked at me and he's just like, Sarzac, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to throw your controller. This game is just making me so upset. And I'm just like, that's okay, Cheetah. You won't do that again, because you're not going to throw my stuff around like that. There won't be a next time. Which I then told him I was joking, but I'm like, yeah, don't throw my controllers. But it was funny because I've never seen a video game make him that upset like Dracula X. And it was quick too. It was quick. It was not a building thing. It was not something that it was just like a, wow, this game is fucked. This is making me angry. Oh. All right, well, let me ask you all this question. I still have like an hour and 20 minutes that I'm going to stream. Tell me what Castlevania game you want me to stream. What Castlevania? Anything on this list? Whatever gets the majority of comments, I will play. What do you want me to play? That's not on the list. I don't have it. It's not on the list. Order of Ecclesia. Okay. I'm glaring at Ramses. It's too many things to have a poll. Let's find something, and we can narrow it down with a poll. Let's do that. I don't have the randomizer for Symphony of the Night pulled up. I could play any version of Symphony though. All right, so we have. I'm not playing Castlevania for the Amiga. I'm sorry, Ramses. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Fuck that. Order of Ecclesia. Let's just say Symphony of the Night, Castlevania 4, and Judgment. Okay, let's do a poll with those four. I'm not playing the Amiga one. The Amiga. The Amiga thing takes forever to work up. Should I? Let me do this. Let me just switch back to the library real quick. I'll switch back to this scene. I don't want to pull up my Twitch information since I have a thing on the thing. So hang on just a second. Okay. Manage poll. New poll. Ecclesia. Super CV4. Judgment. Symphony of the Night. Let this go on for 5 minutes. Oh, Zeta says Bloodlines and Chronicles. I'm fine adding both of those. I love both of those games. I can only have Bloodlines or Chronicles in there. I can't have another option. I'm gonna add Chronicles. I'll go with Chronicles over Bloodlines. I've played a lot of Bloodlines in the last few months. Okay, poll is live if you'd like to vote in it, and switch back over here. Oh, damn it, I just saw, okay, well, too late now. Too late now, I just saw Ramsey's comment there. But yeah, I'll let that run for a few minutes, and then I'll play whatever it is for the rest of the stream. Those should all be easy to set up for the most part. I might have to go AFK to, like, hook up the Wii, but that shouldn't be difficult. But yeah, so next week, everybody, now that Castlevania Mondays have come to a close, we are going to be starting Retro Mondays next week, and I'm going to start off playing some Sega CD games next week. There's a really good shmup called Robo Alest. It's connected to Musha on Sega Genesis. It's really, really good. And then I might play like some arcade classic games on Sega CD, like Golden Axe and Streets of Rage, and some serious good Sega shit. Which I didn't realize Sega was delisting so much of their old stuff. Like, I heard it was last week. Amy had posted something in the Discord about them delisting the Genesis collection, but they're apparently delisting a lot more than that. Sega almost always has a lot of those games available in some way, shape, or form. So I really wondering if it's like a repackaging, kind of like what they did with that Sonic collection. Because you had a whole bunch of like Sonic stuff, like the PS3 had like a standalone release of Sonic CD that they delisted in the months leading up to that new Sonic collection that had it and other things on it. So I wonder if this is just it for their wider like library of games. maybe they're getting ready to release a new console. There's a new Sega console coming. I'm curious where the poll is right now. How is the poll doing? All right, there's just a few more minutes to vote on what Castlevania game you guys want me to play for the rest of the stream. We have almost around 10 votes. So go ahead and vote on Ecclesia, Super Castlevania 4, Judgment, Symphony of the Night, or Chronicles. If there is a tie, I will be the tiebreaker. Just because I don't want to run another poll. New console with hardware support for the Master System, Genesis, Dreamcast. That would be really neat. That would be a very risky risky thing on Sega's part to do. Oh, did the poll end? Are we done? Oh no, it's still going. Yep, poll is still going if you want to get a vote in. The poll is almost open. We have a tie. We have a tie. And we have a tie between Order of Ecclesia and Super Castlevania 4. Well, I actually like what Pizza Maid and Sam suggested just a bit ago, that I should go with Super Castlevania 4 because it was the game that we started with. And even though I have played a lot of Super Castlevania 4 last month, let's do it. Let's do Super Castlevania 4. That's what we're going to go with, everybody. We're going to play some Super Castlevania 4. So I'm going to put up the BRB scene for just a moment. Let me switch out some hardware. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Hey, Tuffymon, what's up? Tuffy, let you check out the list here. I don't know if you just got here or if you've been here, but here's the tier list. But yeah, if you guys could give me just a moment, I'm gonna change out some hardware, and we'll play some Super Castlevania 4 for the rest of the stream. So give me just a moment, everyone. If I could get a shout out for Tuffy, I'd appreciate that. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back, everybody. The PlayStation 4. Normally, I would stream this from like original hardware and everything, but my PlayStation 4 was literally still plugged into my Elgato, and the Super Nintendo and cartridges are all up in another side of the room. So we're gonna go with this. Let me get rid of this screen. Oh, and let me adjust volume. I don't know if that's super loud or not. Yes, I am, Professor. I am going to post those into the Discord. Oh, it's an amazing soundtrack. It's an absolutely amazing soundtrack. I love Super Castlevania 4. Maybe I should play some Life for. Look, here's versus Castlevania. Here's versus Castlevania. I want to check something real quickly. This is versus Castlevania. You can get it on Arcade Archives. I'm gonna brag real quickly. I did this several years ago. There I am. I am ranked number 23 on the leaderboard for versus Castlevania. But yeah, for people that were asking what this is, like literally this is Castlevania on the NES. There's a little bit of sprite recoloring. Like the zombies are a different color, Simon is a lighter color, but basically it's Castlevania 1. But yeah, this is available for anybody that has a PlayStation 4 or 5. It's like $5. Okay, we're gonna play this to the collection. Do you guys want me to play the Japanese version of Castlevania 4, or do you want the North American version? The North American version has a bunch of censorship stuff in it. The Japanese version does not. There's no difference gameplay wise. Oh shit, the Castlevania playlist music is still playing. Shit, I just realized that. Hang on, let me end the music. That's the playlist that's playing. Okay. How is the volume here? Is it too loud? Do I need to lower it? Oh yeah, and like the UI looks a little bit better too in the US version. How would the Bloodstain games? Oof. Okay, so I've only played 2 of the 3. I've not played the second 8-bit one with the Robo Corgi. Haven't played it yet. God, I think I would make those both S-tier games. Like, Bloodstain Ritual of the Night has the same like level of gravitas that I think Symphony of the Night has. And I think it's a better balanced game. I think it's better than... Oh my god, that was loud. That was very fucking... Why was that so loud on my end? Oh, right, because I'm not in dual screen mode anymore. Okay. Yeah, I would say they're both S tier. I really liked the 8-bit game Professor. It's really... Ow! I'm playing Castlevania! What are you doing? What are you doing, Kron? Kron the abuser. Ah! Oh my god, that's a ton of fucking hits. Ow! Let me play Castlevania! Never played this game before. Thank you, Kron. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. How are you today? Oh no, now Amy's 69 me. That wasn't so bad. Oh, come on! At least save this for the Vegas Bridge. Pokey, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my god, we have a hype train. Which let's get shout outs for the streamer friends there. Thank you guys for your generosity. A big shout out for Amy. And then we'll get one for Pokey. Oh, Amy already had a big shout out. I can't do one for Amy right now, but I can do one for Pokey. Ah, Professor Hammerrad. Good thought. Oh my god! Oh my god, but it's not stopping! Fawn, what have you done? Now Ramses is getting in on it. God, thank y'all for the bits. I see what kind of person Kron is. Kron likes to popularize slime abuse. Thank y'all for the bits. Let's, mods, if y'all could do big shout outs for Professor Hammerrad and Ramses when it comes up, I'd appreciate that. And be sure to follow these streamer friends too. That's very kind of y'all. Pizza made. Oh my god. There's so many bits. Thank you, Pizza Made. Thank y'all so much. So, there's no reason to kill this guy, except that I'm spiteful. Oh man, this PS4 controller is fucking clunky for this. I don't like the PS4 controller. Oh my god, Jesus. She's Thunder Drummer! Oh my god. Thunder Drummer! Thunder Drummer, y'all are gonna kill me. I only have 1 hit point. 1. That's it. 1. The bits. Thank y'all so much. I'm gonna kill this guy and we'll get a shout out for somebody. How are you doing today, Thunder, by the way? I feel embarrassed when this guy gets me. I feel very, very embarrassed. No, there's not. No, we're not doing a deathless. I could probably easily 1cc this. Oh, and I'll stretch. Thank you, Sunny Delight. Ooh. Okay, let's see. All right, Professor Hammerrad is next. I'll do a big shout out for Professor Hammerrad. Ooh, welcome in, Sonny. Welcome to the last ever Castlevania Monday. We did a massive tier ranking of every Castlevania game I've played over the last 3.5 years. There'll be no more Sarzac Monday streams anymore. No, that's a lie. Mondays are now being rebranded as Retro Mondays, so I have more leeway to play different things. There will still be Castlevania stuff on this channel. Like, I can never not imagine not playing Castlevania. It's just I'm not gonna play the garbage ones. And multiplier.
Thank you.
Finley Fish, thank you for the gifted sub to Yamaman Gaming. Thank you. Yamaman, enjoy your emotes. Finley, thank you very much for that. We will get a big shout out for you too, my friend. What is everybody's favorite area of this game? Does anyone have like a favorite section? If you've played this one. Can you believe, Thunder, Kid Dracula was not the lowest ranked thing on the list? It was pretty low. Wow, that zombie appeared right on top of me. I really liked the cave area. I really liked the cave area a lot. I think the next person for a shout out is Professor Ramses. And then I think Pizza Made, Thunder Drummer, and Finley. But I am checking the list so I don't forget somebody. But thank you all for the generosity. I really appreciate that. I like the chandelier area a lot too, Capper. It's not my favorite area. I like the cave area. There's just something really tranquil and peaceful about the music and the vibe the cave area gives off. You don't do platformers. I platformers and RPGs. That's my main stuff. Though I do love beat 'em ups. I really love beat 'em ups. I used to play a lot of beat 'em ups as a kid. Hell, I did a really good in Maximum Carnage when I was playing that the other day. And I hadn't played Maximum Carnage in forever. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be putting this whole stream on YouTube, Thunder, or at least the tier part of it. It's why I disabled certain redeems tonight, which I guess I could maybe resume. But no, I'm not gonna do that. They'll be back next time. I've not played Robo Army. What is that? Oh. Well, there's some meat right here, but I almost never get hit by that guy. Okay, don't blink or you'll miss Medusa. Let me get a shout out for Pizza Mate. Yeah, thank you all for all the bits and the gift subs. Okay, not this axe. Right, yeah, that's money. This is an axe I don't want. Yeah, don't want that. I don't know when I'm gonna post the tier ranking to YouTube though. Like tomorrow I'm posting my weekly retro game recommend, which is gonna be an SNES game, and the next day after that I'm gonna post a no death run of Haunted Castle, but it'll probably be later this week when I post it to YouTube, but it'll be available immediately on Twitch. I already stretched though. I stretched. Level 2 hype train. Thank you guys very much for that. No, I don't, Pizza Mate. I don't have any kind of I don't have any kind of fun notifications on my phone. Well, actually, I take that back. I have the intro, the first few seconds of the intro to Curb Your Enthusiasm. You know, the directed by Robert D. Wise. That is what goes off if anybody calls me, because that's what I feel when anybody calls me. I don't want people calling me. This is my favorite area in this game. I love this cave area. Shout out for Thunder Drummer now, and we'll get one for Finley Fish in just a moment. Please be sure to follow these awesome streamer friends. No reason to go here, but I'll show this area anyway. If you need some meat or just a few little more hearts or whatever, just you go this way. It's one of the secret areas. And then there's some meat right here. I'm doing well, Traveler. You just missed it. They slimed me and they abused me. It was not fun. Oh, I should still be in my Belmont outfit. Excuse me. How's your day been, Traveler? I had a nap earlier. I did not want to take a nap. If I had not taken a nap, the stream would have started exactly on time, but oh my god, my body was like, lay down. Lay down. Don't move. Okay. Man, there's so many things. Ow. The birds. Let me do a shout out now for Finley Fish. Oh man, that must have been nice, Professor. That must have been nice. Oh, I like days like that. One, 2, 3, 4. This part you can fuck up very easily in this very long-ass level. I don't think no, I didn't fuck it up. I do have to let that guy go away. Man, I am not used to these chunky PS4 controllers for this game, though. Hey, Tiggy. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Let me give Tiggy a shout out real quickly. Tiggy, what's going on? How are you? We're just dorking around playing some Castlevania 4. We did a tier ranking of all 61 Castlevania games that I've played over the last 3.5 years. And this was the very first game I ever streamed, was Castlevania 4. So I thought it was fitting, since my Castlevania Mondays are now over, to kind of end it with this game. I don't know if I'm going to play through the whole thing tonight. I've played a lot of Castlevania 4 in the last month. But I hate that jump. I almost never die there, but I get very nervous right there. And yeah, I know you can get on the platform and kill him from here, but I'm a little cautious sometimes. Some meat right there if you need it. This is a long game, yeah. It's definitely longer than it should be. I don't think so, Capper, but I haven't really played much of the second loop. I kind of want to learn the second loop deathless at some point. There's other things I'd like to learn first, but wouldn't mind trying to do the second loop deathless. I think next year for Dot's challenge, that I'm kind of gonna try to do certain games on higher difficulties. Like I want to see if I can learn Bloodlines deathless on expert mode, but we'll have to see. Expert mode is really fucking hard. Last year, I when I was playing Bloodlines, I forgot that Bloodlines automatically switches to expert mode. So I had beaten the game and I was going to do another run of it, and I forgot it switched to that, and I couldn't realize why the game got like so much fucking harder. I'm like, why is the game harder? Why am I struggling in level 2 now? But yeah, I don't know if it has any like new sprites. I hate this part so much. Oh. Another guy right here. This is the level where things can start to go wrong in a run for me. There's so many places in this area, this level, where you can have like a cheap death. Bat here, I think. Yep. We got this dude. Then another bat. Look what we can do with mode 7. I hate the next area. It looks so cool, and yet the Note 7 just causes so much lag. The pink debris can damage you, so you have to be a little careful with these skeleton guys. I have to be quick here, or I'm going to have to go the long way. There we go. That was close, Sarzac. That was very close. Should have killed this guy before grabbing that. Oh well, doesn't matter. This guy is obnoxious, and he has a stupid death animation. I love that. Just goes away spinning. I'm gonna spin away. Professor, do you know if for this next level, the eagles and the little gremlin things, the not flea man things, they seem to kind of be able to just randomly spawn wherever in the level? Like, there doesn't seem to be like an exact spawn point areas for them. They just kind of show up wherever. Do you know if there's any kind of like pattern, or is it complete RNG? I hate when they appear right here at the end. That wasn't too bad. This is such a short level compared to every other level in this game. You do. We got through the whole tier ranking stuff, Rocker, and chat was like, you should go back and play the first Castlevania game you ever played. Yeah, that time limit has gotten me a couple times. Not this year, but I want to say it got me a few times last year. This dog's gonna respawn. We have another puppy on the right. Rocker, are you feeling better? Oh, I don't want holy water. Holy water's garbage here. Oh, shit. Is it good against Slogra? I've never tried it. Will it, what does it do? Does it stun lock him, or...? I love the music here. This really sounds like music from Disney's The Haunted Mansion ride. Which, you know, has giant chandeliers and ghost dancers. I really think parts of this level was inspired by that ride, including the music. How speedrunners handle this area. I'm very cautious here. I generally don't watch speedruns of games unless I'm really trying to, like, learn stuff about the game. Otherwise, I kind of like just trying to figure out stuff on my own. Probably could have made that, but why risk it? Though, honestly, I'm not trying to do a deathless run. Like, if I die, I die. It's fine. I don't care. I recently did a deathless run of this for Dot's challenge. I can throw people a link if you want to watch it. Gonna kill this guy real quick. No reason to go here, because there's a bunch of meat up ahead. My work here is done. Is this the axe? No, it's the next one. There's the axe. Oh, not quick enough, Sarzac. I know. I shouldn't have. I generally don't do that. I was being an edgelord, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna hurt the dog. I'm gonna make the old man cry. I'm edgy. I'm Sarzac. So my most embarrassing death when I was trying to do this deathless last month for Dot's challenge, I'm here, and I just, for whatever reason, I jump up into the spikes. for whatever reason, I just wanted to jump, and I just jumped into these spiked platforms. There's no reason to jump, and yet I jumped. I don't know why. It was really stupid and 100% my fault. Go. Oh, not quick. Okay. I don't know what happened there. I froze up. Simon froze up. Someone froze up. Also, this game is pretty generous with one-ups. I think there's some extra life here. Yeah, there's some meat. Not an extra life, but meat is what I meant to say. There is an extra life coming up in the level right before the boss. Which I fucked up a couple of times on my recent runs. Like, generally I can kill him very quickly, but I for whatever reason, I started fucking up my timing. Okay, here come the dancers. Last pair of dancers. There you go. There's a one-up right here if you want it. I'm gonna fuck this up. Oh god. Nope. Perfect. I mean, other than getting hit. Which I don't care. This is not a damageless run. This is a casual playthrough. Oh, look at those little dancing things. They're so cute. They're cute. Ah, Spear Knights. At least these fuckers aren't purple. You can despawn this guy here. Get him to come out. Walk over here. He's gone. Yeah. No, they weren't the Japanese names. That was localization. All right. Professor Hammerrad, Dot Level, and many other players are very ballsy here, in my opinion, in that they like to just jump through most of this section. And yeah, my Kazongas are not that big. I don't do the falling. That is too much for my little heart to take. Oh. Okay, I normally don't get hit this many times here, though. There is some meat coming up, but geez. Yeah, I don't do the falling stuff. That's too much for me to deal with. Oh my god, I forgot they come in like waves. I think that was the last one, though. Yeah, that was the last one. This is a dagger? No, is this the dagger? That's the dagger. Well, I mean, it's true. I'm being honest. Alright. I like to kill these guys just because I don't want them chunking axes at me while I'm trying to jump around. Okay. And good. And good. Okay, now we're in the armory, art gallery part. Bunch of bats right there. Oh, no, I can't do that, Professor. My heart can't take that. Oh, my heart. I've fallen and I can't get up. That's what I'm scared will happen to me. I'm scared that, like, Simon will fall that great height and he won't be able to get up. And he'll have to call a med alert or whatever it is. I've fallen! I've fallen in Dracula's castle.
I've fallen and I can't get up!
I hope that lady got paid decently for that. I mean, she probably got like $25 and like a coupon to the local buffet. Were you thinking positively of Taco Bell or no? Gotta be careful there, or that guy's gonna hit you. Kill this guy. Spawn the pupper. Get the meat if you need some. Spawn it. Despawn it. More meat there if you need it. I don't even know what the centipede does. I always despawn it. I just know that's like, okay, I'm gonna make you go away now. All right, no bats here. Oh, a little too soon on my part. Whoa, did he just respawn? No, he didn't. Okay. I think this is meat right here. Yeah. Hey, a dork named Steph. Hello, hello. Welcome to the channel. How are you? I like that name, and that's a super cute emote. Alright. This next stage is pretty tough, though. I did not have as much trouble with this stage this year as I did last year. Like, this year, the stage I had trouble with was the clock tower, like, hands down. A lot of really dumb deaths on the clock tower. But yeah, welcome in, Steph. I hope you're having a great night. Oh, wait, there's no reason to jump on that. I don't know why I wanted to jump on that. I'm like, wait, there's no reason to do that. Might as well get the hearts. This level is very censored in the North American version. Basically, all the green slime is blood in the Japanese version. I actually like the slime shit more than the blood, because I like the idea that this is like an underground sewer catacomb. The blood just feels like a little, I don't know, like too excessive. Like, this is Castlevania, it's not Hellraiser. Steph, are you a fan of Castlevania? Which I do have to be careful here, guys, because just it's so easy to take a cheap death in this level. Which, again, I'm not trying to do this deathless tonight. It's fine. Some meat right here. You've always wanted to. You like retro games from this era? Oh, nice. What are some of your favorite retro games? There's some places where you can take some cheap deaths here. I sometimes take a death right here. Let's see if I cannot do that. Nope. Too slow with my jump there. Oh, you just finished Chrono Trigger for the first time. Nice, nice. You have the original cartridge on SNES, which made it special. Oh, that's awesome. What did you think of it? What did you think of it? I'm not trying to do this deathless. I am annoyed now that I don't have the full whip or the cross. I don't know where the cross pickup is in this level. I know there is a cross pickup. I just... Who was your favorite character in Chrono Trigger? I love the character of Frog. Frog is such a good character. I mean, they all are. Like, Chrono Trigger has, like, amazing characters. And so much replayability. Such a good game. Oh, this is gonna suck without the cross. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, didn't know he would spawn. Steph, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Oh my god, I don't know how to do this without the cross. Steph, thank you very much for the follow. Are you a streamer too? See, did it find there? How are they doing this? There we go. I mean, it's a dagger. It's better than nothing. Oh, you do stream. Well, let me drop you a follow. I'm always looking to make new streamer friends. Let me drop you a follow, and hopefully I can catch out your some of your content down the road. Do you think you might stream the Chrono Cross later, since you enjoyed Chrono Trigger? And sorry if I'm not like super responsive to chat right now. This is arguably one of the hardest stages in the game. There's meat here. Kill that bat. Oh, this is gonna suck without the cross. Oh! A cross! I'll take that damage. I'll take that damage. One of my mods is a huge Chrono Trigger fan. Their Twitch name is Melchior Stormseeker, after one of the three wise men, and they have a PSO2 character named after Allah. So there's a lot of Chrono Trigger love on this channel. You also, this is a level you can't really dawdle in either. I don't think. Professor, what's the rule about getting multipliers in this? This guy give me multipliers? Nope. I've seen some people do this pretty rushed, and again, this is something I'm going to take slow and steady, like a turtle. Like the Turtle Club. It's not worth it. Oh, shit, I forgot about that. Now, here comes one of the worst spots in the game if you're trying to do a challenge run. The infamous Vegas Bridge. Too far because you don't want to respawn the spike. You're a jerk. I appreciate the bits. I appreciate the bits and everything, but I know what you were trying to do there, Professor Hammerrad. Thank you for the bits. I know what you were trying to do there. We're gonna go on the next one. No, we're not. That's bad. Oh my god, I have like 70 seconds. I need to reset the whole thing. I did not have much time left there. I don't think the cross drops again here.
We're being attacked!
Hey, Zero Wise Man, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hi, I'm Sarzac. Welcome in. I'm a retro VTuber. We are playing this is our last ever Castlevania Monday. For the last 3.5 years, I've been playing Castlevania games, and this is the last one that's dedicated to Castlevania. We did a tier ranking stream earlier where I ranked 61 Castlevania games. And now we're just kind of playing this because it finished early. But Wise Man, how was your stream? What were you up to? There's the dagger there. That's something. But yeah, welcome in. Hi, Damas. Wise Man, what were you streaming? What were you up to? This is gonna suck. Okay, let's reset it, see what we get. Look at that. That was so easy. Okay. I don't have multipliers, so I'm gonna... This could get tricky. But still not a difficult fight. Oh, you're playing Breath of Fire 3? Is it your first time playing it? I've wanted to play that one for a long time. It looks so gorgeous. I love the animation style and everything. All right, we need the cross. Yeah, I really want to. I never played any of the Breath of Fire games through completion. I played the first two. I just couldn't get into them at the time. Oh, what a jerk! That's not gonna hit him. He's too far. I know the axe is coming up. I would honestly rather the dagger for a section that's coming up. So we're gonna hang on to the dagger, especially since I have the multiplier. Is there a way to reach this? I want to say I saw somebody reach this after falling down here, but fuck it. There's lots of meats in this level. Jump off the step right here. I'm not worried about it.
We're being
Oh,
attacked!
that was rough. That was very rough. I'm so used to not having the dagger. I'm used to having the cross here. And hey, we're getting raided by Super RPG friends. Welcome in, raiders. Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm Sarzac. I'm a retro VTuber, and we are finishing up a very long stream project on the channel. I, for the last 3.5 years, have been playing through all of Castlevania, notable ports, all characters, 61 games in total over 3.5 years. We did a tier ranking of them earlier, and now we're just kind of working around with Castlevania 4. But welcome in. We're fans of himbos, but what's Castlevania? It's a game. I mean, I'm a himbo because I'm cute and dumb. But welcome in, everyone. Hey, Super RPG, how was your stream? What were you up to? Yeah, this is it for Castlevania Mondays. And hey, thanks for the comments on the Leon outfit. Leon Belmont is best Belmont. I love Lament of Innocence. It's such a good game. This is what I normally look like without the Belmont outfit. But my chat put me in this earlier. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. How was the stream? Full playthrough of mouthwashing. What is that? I can't always make this jump. And I didn't there. That's fine. There we go, got him. There's some meat right here. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks again for the raid. Really, really do appreciate that. It's a narrative horror game. Oh, cool, cool. Tempted to stream it myself. It was really cool and only like 3 hours. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right. So you finished that, right? What's next on the game list? Oh my God, are there no crosses here? About dental care. You know, I actually wanted to be a dentist when I was a little kid, but then I realized that like most people don't have good dental care, and it was like, ooh, no, I don't want to be around bad breath all the time. Probably should have done it. I'd probably be making a lot more money than I make now. So I believe there's a secret area here. Yeah, okay, there is. I never come into this secret area because it's almost not necessary, since I almost always play this game to do it deathless these days. We don't want that. We want that. Yeah, next week, let me scroll up real quickly. Saw a lot of curly mouth. Ooh. Wanted to be a dentist. Hopefully, I love that scene. That is the best part of Little Shop of Horrors. You know, my dentist was always a little sus as a kid. Like, we would go to the dentist and we would get these like little bags of like, you know, like the free toothpaste, the free toothbrush. And he would always give us like coupons for like free French fries from McDonald's, and it's like, wait, why are you encouraging me eating fast food? Oh, that's right, I don't have the multiplier yet. He's the only goodest in town. Good dinner. Oh. Yeah, but this is the last Castlevania Monday. Next week we're going to be turning Mondays into Retro Mondays, and I'm going to start it off by playing some Sega CD games. Some good Sega CD games. Let me preface it with that. Okay, sometimes this Bone Dragon is here, and sometimes he's not, and I don't know what triggers his spawn. Did it? No, that's probably the PlayStation. I can fix that, Professor. Okay, it's probably fixed now. Multiplier? Multiplier. Was this show any more or any less cringe than
It's absolute brutality.
than Club Mario? Down at the club, Club Mario. Oh, I'm doing a bad job. Very bad job. What the fuck, Sarzac? Okay, that was really sloppy and slow. Like, there's not a... I'm not aware of a good way to burn that boss down quickly, but that was just bad. All right, the clock tower. I had so many problems with the clock tower this previous... Sloppy and slow. Look, as long as the job gets done. No, we like bad lewd jokes here. This fucking hellhole. Hang on. Yeah, I still have this level. I can't tell you how many times I fucked that jump up recently. That's a dagger. You don't want that. Get him out of the way. Also died here a lot. Okay, there we go. The next room is also filled with some places I died a lot in. Let's see what happens. It's a very good song here, though. What the? Okay. I never lose control of those guys. When is the meat in this level? Fuck, I don't think there... Oh no, there is some meat before the mummy hallway. I never get it though. I might have to get it this time. Alright, this part, I die here a lot. Okay. This part, we'll just see what happens. Stop talking. Stop talking, streamer! Very good. All right, RPG, have a good night. Everybody, please check out Super RPG Friends. They are awesome. Yeah, thanks again for bringing your community here. I really do appreciate that. Also had a very embarrassing death right here. Okay. I love Medusa heads in this game because they aren't on infinite respawn. next bone dragon. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. And that is something I learned. I forget where I learned about that meat from. I learned it recently. It would either have been from Dot, Lavender, or Professor Hammerad, but I didn't know there was meat right there. Bone dragon right here. Oh, yes. What am I doing? What was I doing there? That's not what you're supposed to do, Sarzac, you idiot. It's a very, very good depiction of bloody tears. I think it's really, really awesome. I don't know what I was fucking doing there with the mummy at the beginning right there. I don't know why I just charged him like that. All right, now we're going to the final level. Oh, but it's time to end the stream. Bye. No, we're gonna finish this. These are the same Dullahan sprites that are used in Symphony of the Night. Oh, I do have the multiplier? Okay. Oh, what do you do here, Sarzac? I hate this bridge. Okay, the next area is going to be very stressful for me, so I'm probably going to be very quiet. Fourth Order of Ecclesia. I would not be this stressed out in Ecclesia. I am stressed. This game stresses me out. Why do I do this to myself? Okay, that's the first of 3. Second part's not too shabby. Fuck these skeletons. I hate these skeleton bros. Go away. Oh my god, I'm sounding like such a grouchy old necromancer. Okay, I shouldn't have to go for the risky meat. Get that. Jump there. Alright. Getting caught on the fucking stairs. I'm dead. I knew I was dead as soon as I made that jump. I don't know where whips are. Fuck it, I'm not gonna worry about whips. Thing won't come after me now. Fucker, I can't believe I did that. Are you anything good? Nope, you're shit. You're shit. You're shit, my friend. Well, Sarzac, that's how you're playing. You're playing like shit, Sarzac. Oh, okay, there we go. Professor Hammerad. You probably know when. Hey Liv, hi, how are you? Welcome to the last ever Castlevania stream. Well, the last ever Castlevania Monday. What's up, Liv? Okay. No, you wait on the second one. Damn it! I know, there'll be no more Castlevania ever. Castlevania gets deleted. No more Castlevania. Now you must play all the Call of Duties, Sarzac. And thus Sarzac never logged on Twitch again. Ooh, that was risky. A year and 2 days. Oh my goodness. It's tricky. I don't care if that guy hits me. There's meat coming up. There's no more cross though. Like I'm not gonna have a cross for Gabon, which is gonna suck. There we go. Oh, well, Liv, I hope you've been doing well. All right, hardest boss in the game, hands down. This guy is a nightmare. This guy is a fucking nightmare. All right. You know I was expecting that, right? All right, Abyss, have a good one. Have a good night. Hope you sleep well. You know I was expecting that, Professor. I was expecting that. Touché. Thank you for the bits. It's actually a very good attempt on Slagra. But yeah, have a good night, Abyss. I hope you sleep well. No cross? Oh, I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do this. I don't have any sub-weapons. Normally he's dead by now. Okay, we did that. All right, now to fight an old man. He's gonna wait out the timer. That's his tactic. I'm death and I'm gonna wait out the timer. No, this is it's complete RNG. I'm just getting it really, really bad RNG right now. And hey DW, what's up? Yeah, it's just completely RNG whenever he goes into that phase. Oh yeah, the soundtrack on this game is so fucking good. I still think it holds up even like 30 plus years later. All right, I wouldn't try to do this on like a serious deathless run because it's too risky. Oh. Oh shit. Very bad. Oh my god, I've lost control of this. Shit, did I trigger him? Oh. This is enough. Oh, I'm tiny. Sorry, I'm tiny. When did I get slimed? Should be in my Belmont outfit. Oh god, that was close. I've done very poorly on this Dracula. But I didn't get hit there, so that's something, right? Hey, DW Wreckage, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. I appreciate that. I kind of wish Simon would just grab that bat and like throw it on the ground and step on it. Like that would be pretty dope. Yeah, it was a better recovery, but man, I really messed that fire part up. So sometimes I can do the fire part without taking any damage, and sometimes I just like if I lose my groove during that section, it generally like falls apart. Ooh, thank you for the gigantic emote. Oh, my cell phone froze up. But yeah, well, that's Super Castlevania 4. I'll let the ending play. Ending's pretty good, but man, 3.5 years, 61 Castlevania games. This has been a journey. Second SNES game you bought. I never owned this one as a kid. I think I got my copy when I worked at FuncoLand, but a kid down the street that I used to hang out with a lot, he had this for Christmas. So he would let me borrow it and stuff, and I'd play it at his place. But yeah, this game is it's a masterpiece. It's really good. Does it have issues? Oh, of course it does. It's got a lot of issues. But I think it's a really top-notch Castlevania. Oh, yeah, thanks, Sword Saint. They're this is such a weird boss right here. This guy, I don't know how you avoid getting hit from him. I was Sarzac Tepes this year. Last year, I want to say I was wait, what was I last year for Dot's challenge? Because Dot gives out different last names based on a little wheel thing that she spins. I was Tepes this year. God, I don't remember what I was last year. I wasn't Belmont. Was I Fernandez? No, I don't think I was Fernandez. I don't think I was Olin. I know I wasn't Dynasty. See, even like the demo like doesn't do the jump thing. The demo's like, I'm taking the stairs. I like to imagine that this is the same boss you fight in Bloodlines at the end of the first level, which I think there is called the Crazy Armor. I think it has an actual name in this game, but you know, how much of that is like actual, like, you know, American localization stuff versus, you know, actual translations. Have I checked out the commercial for this game? I'm pretty sure I've seen it before. We could watch it. We could watch it, and then we could watch the Lament of Innocence commercial is really good. Yeah, why don't we watch those 2 commercials? Those will be the only 2 we watch. There's a whole bunch of Castlevania commercials. We can check those 2 out before. Go ahead and start pulling up YouTube real quick. Is it the Japanese commercial, Sword Saint, or is it the North American one? Which commercial are you thinking of? US commercial, okay. That's such a cool looking still right there. Presented by Konami. They started making games again this year. We got a new Castlevania, a new Contra, and a new Silent Hill. Okay, so the new Castlevania and the new Silent Hill are remakes technically, but and I guess you could actually argue that the new Contra is a remake too. Did a new Metal Gear come out? Really? I don't keep up with Metal Gear. Now I'm going to do it again on loop 2. Check out these mad skills, yo. Mad skills. Oh. Okay. Let me pull up let's see, that's not the Firefox thing I want to pull up. That's my chat window. We'll just close that. Okay, let's see. Let me make sure this is okay. Yeah, you guys can see that decently well. Okay. Yeah, that looks fine to me. Let me go ahead and I gotta add the volume to this real quickly. Where is it? I think this is gonna work.
Konami's Castlevania 4 for the Super NES finds the evil Count Dracula back to terrorize the Belmont family yet again. Armed with a whip, a quick mind, and even quicker reflexes, you must battle boss characters and evil enemies through a myriad of the most complex stages ever created.
Alpha
Select your stage and let the adventure begin. Enter stage 1 and battle across a bridge. Through a room and a stable.
This almost feels like a preview.
Beware of the Medusa heads, skeletons, and skeleton horses that are enough to rattle more than just your nerves. Proceed to Devil Forest and watch out for the wicked water reptiles, snakes, spiders, and man-eating plants that seem to be very hungry. In the underground cave, you'll do well to keep your eye on the rocks. And remember, things are slippery when they're wet. As if there isn't enough to look for, you need to grab as much money, food, magic potions, and power-ups as humanly possible.
This is very prototypish.
After you complete 10 of the toughest levels created for the Super NES, you'll find yourself in Dracula's tower. And if you can get past his gang, you will defeat the evil one himself.
His gang?
The intense action makes other adventures look like kid stuff. With Konami's Castlevania 4, you can count on spellbinding sales.
Spellbinding sales. That was for retailers. Was that the commercial, Sword Saint? Okay. Now I'll do the Lament of Innocence trailer. This is a really cool trailer. Actually, let me type in commercial. Here we go.
1,000 years ago, a family's destiny was born. Not in a cradle, but in a coffin. Discover the origins of Dracula and the Belmont clan that's destined to hunt him in Castlevania, Lament of Innocence. Rated M for mature from Konami.
Yeah, that is a fucking good. That is a fucking good commercial. All right. Well, I will be posting screenshots of my tier list into my Discord later tonight, everyone. If anybody wants to look at that later, I'll be posting images. But that does it. Castlevania Mondays are now over. We are done. Next Monday we'll be streaming, but we're going to be streaming under the new Retro Monday label, which, you know, I can play Castlevania games on Retro Mondays. I can play Castlevania games on Spooky Thursdays. I'm still going to play lots of Castlevania. But I want to play other stuff. I want to play other things. And next week we're going to do some Sega CD stuff. I'm going to play a Sega CD smuff called Robo Aleste, which is really awesome. And if I get through that, I might play some Sega CD arcade classics like Golden Axe and Shinobi and Columns and stuff like that. But yeah, that's the stream. Thank you all for taking part in this journey. 3.5 years, 61 games. There was a lot of Castlevania. So we'll see Castlevania again. Of course, it's not going away. It's just not going to be as prominent as it was. All right, so here's my stream schedule for the rest of the week. No stream tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. I'm sure I'll be visiting streamers in their streams after I get off work. Wednesday, no stream, but we do have our Discord movie night, and we're going to be watching Nothing But Trouble, a movie that stars Demi Moore, Chevy Chase, John Candy, Dan Aykroyd, and guest stars Tupac Shakur. I love this movie, and everyone that's there is probably going to fucking hate it, but I love it, and that's what's important. Dude, Sword Saint, I'm going to be doing some Mega Man DOS for DOScember. Mega Man DOS is going to be on the channel next month. Yeah, totally feel free to pop by, Cheetah. I think you're in the Discord, so just feel free to come by for that. We do Discord movie nights every week, and next week we're going to start watching the Dune movies, the new ones with Timothy Chalamet. Thursday at 5 p.m. I'm going to continue my playthrough of the Silent Hill 2 remake. Friday at 7 p.m. Central, I'll do a little bit of Mushi Mushi Pork, and then I'll play more Darkest Dungeon. Saturday at 7 p.m. Central, a little bit of Mushi Mushi Pork, and I'm going to be playing some PSO2 New Genesis. And then Sunday is our monthly Sunday Retro Marathon, and I'm going to be playing more Mega Man Classic games this Sunday for a 12-hour stream. We'll start off with Mega Man The Wily Wars, which is a remake of Mega Man's 1 through 3 with some new content for the Genesis. And then after that, I'll play through some of the Game Boy games, and we'll just see how far we can get on the Game Boy games before we might go to like Powered Up or maybe the Game Gear game. But yeah, not your main Mega Man Classic games, but I'm just trying to go through all the Mega Man Classic games here and there, and there's a lot. But yeah, that'll be the stream, everybody, and we're going to raid out, so if you're still here, please stick around a little bit longer. If you were new to the stream, if you enjoyed yourself, I stream at least 4 times a week, often more than that, but if you enjoyed yourself, do consider dropping a follow. It greatly helps the stream and is really appreciated. I'm also on a bunch of social media, Twitter, Blue Sky, Facebook, and there's a link tree there that has some other links to stuff like TikTok and Tumblr. You can follow me if you want to. But yeah, that'll be the stream, everybody. So thank you, everyone that was here. I really do appreciate every single person that stopped by and hung out. And let me thank some specific individuals. I want to thank Velociraptor J for the 26-month resub, Sheriff Ram for the 12-month resub, Rico Nico for the bits, Amy Yazuki for the 2 gifted subs, Kron151 for the 500 bits, Amy for the 69 bits, Pokil the Storyteller for the 100 bits, Professor Hammerad for the 100 bits, Professor Ramses VT for the 100 bits, Pizza Maid for the 100 bits, Thunder Drummer for the 500 bits, Finley Fish for the gifted sub, a dork named Steph for the follow, Professor Hammerad for more bits. Thank you, Professor. Zero Wise Man for the raid, Super RPG Friends for the raid, Professor Hammerad for the 100 bits during Slogra, and DW Wreckage for the follow. So thank you guys very much for the support and everything. Real quick, before we find someone to raid out to, I'm going to go ahead and thank my subscribers. Oh no, I don't have my subscriber list up. Fuck. All right, let me pull that up real quick. All the gift subs from the
A miserable little pile of secrets.
from the affiliate anniversary fell off, so the sub list is not like super long anymore. But let me pull this up real quick. Okay, let me go ahead and thank my subscribers real quickly. So I want to thank Monkey D. Sean, Will Varon, Thunder Drummer, Finley Fish, Hurrying Tiger Gaming, Rocker57, Mr. Popinski, Denaro Mark, Hather Lidrick, Mother of Dragons 42, Kyra the Mystic, Pandemonia VT, Rain Global, Silhouette, Melchior Stormseeker, Don't Play Like I Do, Havoc the Wendigo, Pizza Maid, Faxborn, Sheriff Ram, Old Blood and Guts, Pally Dan, Rankus is the Neon, I think. I think that was a new one from tonight. Neon Axolotl 7, Zero Wise Man, Kirby Boy, Erza 10, Jervination, Crystal Flare VT, Akitone, Trinity Twilight, Bobcat Bry, Pro and Pro Gaming, Yamamamon Gaming. Sorry if I get names wrong. Velociraptor J, Bobcat Bry, Degenerate DD, Hungriest Cheetah, Red Tamaki, Diclonus Raxon, Unknown Traveler, Rajan Arlix, Lantis Greyfeld, Kana Shinko, Coco G, Galloping Ghost, Dark Lore VT, Kron151, Elvin Sorrow, Midnight Moonflower, Amy Yazuki, Fabled 1, Not Very Tall, Jackdaw 13, Miss Rubik, Pig Dark Knight, Finley Fish, Phoenix 720, Professor Hammerad, Tuffymon, and Jay Cosney. Thank you guys very, very much for the love and support. It is very, very appreciated. Okay, let's see. Ooh, don't close out those tier rankings. Don't close out those tier rankings. I haven't saved those files yet. Let's see who's on. Oh my, there's a lot of people on right now. You know, I don't have my raid list is not up either, so I can't really see when I raided who. I know I've wanted to raid Zoiteki for a while, and I know it's been a while since I've raided them, so we're gonna raid Zoiteki. They're a really good retro VTuber. They're very kind, very sweet, and they're always playing all sorts of things. So yeah, let's raid the Zoiteki. Yeah, you've been on that list twice for a while, Finley. We're gonna raid Zoiteki. Have a good night, everyone. Take care, be good, and I will see you guys later on. But thanks for watching, and remember, fuck Dracula, fuck vampires. Bye.